Раз, два, три, раз, два, три, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Checking microphone. Dear friends, let us begin almost in time, not to be late. And the people who will delay will come a little bit later. I would ask the speakers to take their seats, please. Mr. Kovalov is coming, but I think we can begin. There will be many people here, and the day is good. Hello, Innопром. Hello, dear friends. We are very happy to be here at this annual scientific, methodological, informational, and financial events held by Sverdlovskaya Oblast Forum, and we are very happy to see all of you here and to create some intellectual product. Mr. Matthew Smith spoke about at the plenary session yesterday. We really understand that we won't limit ourselves to 1 hour and a half, and of course we invite you to the next session. There is a cycle of events, of technologies and events. My name is Evgeny Igosho. I am an expert of analytical center under the government of the Russian Federation and the teacher of Moscow Energy Institutes. We are colleagues with Artyom. I would like to have an honor to introduce our colleagues. First of all, this is Matthew Smith, Cisco System Company representative. Mr. Daniel Dender.
Господин Daniel Dender представит.
Mr. Daniel Dender will represent a report on the concept or architectural concept of Egypt. Mr. Vinaydar will tell us about how Ericsson system works in different countries for us to become smarter. And our dear colleagues, Artyom Sidov. This is one of the managers of the Expert Council on Energy Efficiency under the Ministry and teacher of the university, manager of the company, of the Big Three company. Is Mr. Kovalov here yet? No, he's not here yet. And Kirill Varlamov, Director of Development, Foundation of Development Internet Initiatives. We would like to do the following regulations: 5 for 7 minutes of report or introductory words, and then we shall go on to the discussion. You can raise your hands and ask questions. We are here for that. And of course, I would like to make the basis. Our topic is Smart Cities Change the World. Well, it's quite controversial. And first of all, I would like to ask dear colleagues, what is a smart city for you? Maybe that's not a good English equivalent. Konstantin is here. Good afternoon. Konstantin Kovalov, Start Development Company. What is a smart city? This is one of its names. Maybe we shall use some other names for us to understand this image. It's like sustainable development, systemic city. What terms may we use more, and what for? Because we should define the image of the city we are speaking about and to understand where we go. And And one more question is vector of movement to the smart city. What is so complex in it? What are challenges on this way? And how can your effort promote the movement towards this direction? Well, since Innопром today has the main topic as the Internet of Things, I would like to ask Kirill to begin a kind of warm-up activity on thinking in that way, and the Internet Initiative Development Foundation does much in this. You see the strategies and concept on this way, please. Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. Let us understand what a smart city is and for what reason it is needed. As the foundation is engaged in the Internet of Things, we asked what a smart city is, and we obtained two answers. First is the answer about a city where certain challenges are solved on managing infrastructure of the city, like energy supply, road transportation, to optimize these resources. Or the city in which the elements of managing infrastructure are used in order to increase the living standards of its inhabitants due to the increase in the level of services, the level of ecological standards, education and health standards. Of course, we understand that we need a lot of digital technologies for that. I will not go further on it. I think much has been already said on this forum. I would like to describe the developments which are done in this sphere today and what is to be done. The problem is that there is neither information nor qualified staff in the cities nor people who understand what a smart city is. That's why it is complex to implement this policy in the cities. And there are no or even a few examples in Russia. I know 3 or 4 projects on implementing some elements of smart city in the public housing system. These are key problems. And it's understandable that we should do pilot projects and we should be engaged in education as well. And the Internet Initiatives Development Foundation is participating in 2 pilot projects. One of them is in Ekaterinburg and another is in Innopolis in Tatarstan. There is one more problem. This is actually that different factors are different and not combined. You see, there are private managing companies, there are municipal authorities, and there are energy supply companies that supply energy, gas, and electricity. All of them act in different set of regulations because they are authorities and they are engaged in different sphere. The issue that how should they synchronize their activities, because in reality only after gaining some common platform for working they can achieve something and they cannot do anything separately. There are some ways to solve these problems. First one is to build open platforms which allow to organize the interaction of participants. And on the other hand, when we talk about that the factors are different, no, we say that there is no single body who can make decisions. There should be some point of making decisions quickly and the point which allows to move forward quickly. The working group who was engaged in making a roadmap on developing the Internet of Things has developed a solution of state and private partnership. There is a law now allowing to establish such partnership only in the real estate sphere. But yesterday we have suggested at the Council of Meeting that this system should be considered information system. Thus, creating the partnership between state and private companies, we could make a single point of making decisions and provide a single way of implementing the project of Smart City. What should we begin with? Okay, everything is perfect, but what should we do? We tried to answer this question. And if we talk about investors and entrepreneurs, we recommend to look for the. Of course, everyone wants a quick effect, quick investment returns in a year or two. There are good niches of potential efficiency and effectiveness for investment returns. And the effect can reach 20 or 30%, and the investment can return very quickly. We recommend to count money, however banal it may seem, for infrastructure of the city. We also recommend to change the standards, both for managing companies and for for changing the standards of capital repairs for the infrastructure to be created with the account of smartness of this infrastructure and for it to be on another level. Of course, we need to understand the balance, and these standards should be based on two simple principles. The first one, the effect should be understandable. The infrastructure should give the saving. Of course, it might be more expensive while being installed, but in 5, 7, or 10 years, it should save money very tangibly. And the second thing, the standard which are implemented into construction and changing infrastructure should ensure safety standards. We all understand that hackers can obtain, if hackers can obtain the access to infrastructure, it's a very serious risk for the infrastructure of cities. So safety and economic feasibility should be principles. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So two thoughts told by Kirill. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Vinaydar. Technology, management system, and lack of people. These are the thoughts Kirill told about. Thank you, Kirill. Mr. Vinaydar, of course, we understand that the experience of your company is very extensive in developing of such system. What do you think are the key links to create such complex social technical infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's an honor to be here. Of course, I would like to start with a larger context and what we see is happening now globally, a major demographic urbanization shift to the cities Just to give some numbers, I mean, 50,000 people are moving every year to the cities. According to United Nations estimates, by 2050, 70% of the population will live in cities, which is currently at 50%. 1.8 billion experience water scarcity by 2025. 2 billion vehicles will be on the roads by 2035. In fact, the road traffic crashes, it comprises eighth leading cause for deaths. And if no intervention, it could actually go to fifth largest reason for the number of deaths that happen in a year. And of course, we know the drivers are very push-driven, which is, people actually do want to move to cities for better life due to lack of, basic infrastructure, lack of housing, lack of education. And of course, we also see in certain parts of the world, like China, and of course, country that I belong to, India, where it is a little bit of pull factor as well, where the governments are actually promoting urbanization to really drive economic development by bringing in investments and higher consumptions. So we see that shift very clearly, and a very, very strong shift. And with this shift, of course, comes a lot of challenges. Cities are actually a challenge to create sustainable development, provide infrastructure, provide tools, provide processes, provide policies, provide competence that can actually provide services to the citizens of the city. Very resilient services, bring in efficiency, bring in economic competitiveness, and as well security, which has become a very important aspect. And what we have seen that the information and communication technology plays a very vital role as part of driving this sustainable development, which is what is called smart city. How do you really use the resources in the best way, and how do you really empower the citizens of the city to really be part of that development? And we see, of course, the maturity differs from city to city, where it can go from anything just as a marketing to being a very silo approach, where you're running pilots. Cities are running pilots across a certain industry, but then also to a full-fledged, open platform, what we call is a smart city platform to really drive sustainable development across various aspects of services such as water, sanitation, sewage, transportation, utilities, and many other services. The other aspect that we should also understand that over the last 10 years, there has been a huge maturity on the technologies which are made available for cities at their disposal to use to drive sustainable development. In Ericsson, what we call and envision that as network society, we see a convergence of very powerful technologies that are now being proven by mass deployment, such as ubiquitous connectivity, mobility, IoT that has been talked a lot in this forum. Digitization, robotics, 3D printing, and also cloud technologies, which has proven the very way to sort of drive execution in a very scalable manner. And if I talk a little bit around technology, I mean, today as many as mobile subscriptions in the world, as the population in the world, and 45% of that have smartphones, and it's expanding very fast. IoT, we have 4.6 billion, according to some estimates. IoT devices currently growing at 25% CAGR, and we expect it to be anything about 28 billion by 2020. And then, of course, on the connectivity, where we are, of course, that's our core business, where we are extremely and actively involved. I mean, 4G and 5G technologies are now available in the cities. And if you look at 5G technology, which is being actually spec'd now in ITU, a lot of focus there is to really drive the requirements towards supporting use cases which are relating to smart city development, relating to industries. And there is a concept called software-defined network and network slicing to allow the network to support different discrete use cases. I'm sure you know platooning, where you actually have a number of trucks that are driving very close to each other, and you have one driver, which is the front truck, that is driving that whole train, where trucks are very close to each other, and it's based on actually connectivity technology. We're piloting that with Scania in Stockholm. And the reason, for me, I thought, you're actually avoiding to have less drivers to drive truck. But I mean, actually, the reason is that you drive fuel efficiency to the level of 10%, because the trucks that are behind the front truck actually are much less prone to air resistance, which actually reduces the fuel efficiency by 10%. And such a use case requires, very low latency on the network, very quick response. While as if you look at a climate monitoring agriculture kind of use case, I mean, it doesn't really require a low latency. We also work with Volvo cars, which is an automotive segment where we have a use case now which is already deployed in Stockholm, where a car traveling on a slippery road during winter actually can transmit that information on the cloud, and then the cloud broadcasts that information to all the cars that are passing on that road. And such a use case now, of course, is not that bidirectional as compared to what we will do now together with Volvo in 2017, where there will be a pilot run in the city of Gothenburg with 100 commercial cars on a stretch of 50-kilometer road, which basically, in that use case, you require low latency, bidirectional, and real time, so of course, to avoid roads to become killer roads. So, I mean, and that's the sort of discussion that's happening in the specification formation of 5G, where, all the industry use cases are being discussed, and there's the concept of network slicing to support all the use cases. I will also, in the end, mention a reference, which is, of course, an international model of a sustainable city development, which is in the city that I live in, Stockholm, northeastern part of Stockholm, called Stockholm Royal Seaport. Of course, I encourage all of you to come and visit us, where very importantly, what was mentioned by the previous speaker, that it's so important for having a very holistic approach when you're actually driving this, with a very clear, far-reaching vision, with a long-term planning, but a participation from all the stakeholders, starting from city, municipalities, and also from private players, technology players, system integration, ICT players like us, but more importantly, by the citizens and academia, research companies, to really come together to really create an environment and to drive the execution of this very long-term vision. And in Royal Seaport, where we have, they have the plans to set up 12,000 homes, 30,000 workplaces. The whole objective is to really drive sustainability towards having free of fossil fuel by 2030. And then there are a lot of discussions around the smart grid use cases, sewage cleaning use cases, and this is being discussed. And we are part of that initiative, and we're driving that together with multiple stakeholders. In conclusion, I mean, smart ICT, is very important component. It is needed, and we've seen it in many ways and forms now in the cities to really drive sustainable development. And then, of course, very importantly, requires a much larger participation of various stakeholders and have a more holistic view of driving that sustainability. And as was said by the previous speaker, to have a return of investment concept not completely dependent on financial parameters, but what we call in Ericsson a 3 bottom line, which is then to drive sort of social economics, but also environmental sustainability. So the return of investment needs to look at much broader perspective than just financials. And as far as Ericsson in Russia, we are proud to be here. We are proud to be working very closely with our operators to really develop the network, and we will work to really drive that as we see LTEs coming in. But we also sort of are, as part of driving this ecosystem, we're building ecosystem partnerships, like how we have actually announced Center to M as one of our partners to really drive IoT in a much larger perspective. Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо, господин Дар. Спасибо.
Many thanks, Mr. Dar. Artyom, can you say, please, Kirill has highlighted two factors that we can use to define a smart city. This is the consumption, the energy consumption, specific energy consumption for heating and for life support, and manageability. And because you are the professional, you're doing that professionally in terms of methodology and your work in the Civil Council, this progress, do you see the problems there? Is it where you see the problems? And how do we make faster progress if we needed that at all? Thank you very much, Artyom Sidov. Good morning, friends. I named my presentation the housing as the basis for smart cities. And today, if we are to talk about private investments, just like Kirill has mentioned, more than half concessions in Russia are concessions in housing and utilities. We understand what the basis for that. We understand that the money was invested by private investors, and they are invested in infrastructure. And today, if we look at the laws developed by the Ministry of Construction, they guarantee payoff to the investors. That's the main thing. When we talk about smart cities, while I was flying here, and just in principle, just to think, maybe 2 years ago, I was really protecting IoT and ICT technologies in smart cities. And when we were talking about smart cities, I was only thinking about the technical things, about control, about monitoring. But lately, I've really changed my mind. I changed my paradigm. And today, if we look at Moscow, the changes in Moscow and in other cities, I understand that what's the demand, what's the request from people to the smart city, what do they want? If we look at the 5 senses that we have, these are vision, hearing, the smelling, the hearing sounds, and so on. The first is vision, of course. If we look at these factors, they involve no ICT. What are these in terms of the city? That's parks, that's no advertisement, and different other town planning areas and competent town planning where when cities are comfortable for living. These are management decisions. Environment is about smells and clean air, and we cannot do without ICT here. Because in order to define that, we need to monitor the environment. It's understandable about the noise. The noise is also a big factor, and it's got a lot to do with town planning. And ICT can be used to monitor the noise level. But if we break down the 5 senses that we need in the cities, then subjectively the parameters would be as follows: about 30% are driven by ICT. The rest is about cleaning, about cleanliness, about garbage removal, waste removal, and so on. The rest regards data, transparency, and speed. All these things cannot exist without smart cities. It's hard to understand that because it's all to do with technology. My subjective feeling is that 70% is about these parameters and 30% are about our senses. And we mentioned the factors that affect all of these developments. I think the smart city is not an end to all means to all ends. Smart technologies as such are not really needed. The pilot things can only be applied within economy. They cannot be used just independently of the life as such as of the environment. It's in economy, in terms of economy, at the initial stage we may need more investments, more funds, but then the efficiency will bring more money. In this case, it doesn't matter whether it's housing or transportation or traffic lights. For the city, it's very important, not only in terms of public transportation. We know that cities live off taxes, and any delays in arriving at work will affect the economy of a city. As we see that for the housing and utilities, it's all about infrastructure. Infrastructure is, of course, part of a city, but we think that utilities are the same as the city, are equal to city in our understanding. My subjective opinion is that we are to talk about three main areas that we have to focus on. That's reforms of the waste management sector. There is a law where each region has to develop a regional framework for waste management. Therefore, waste management will change completely. Since January, everything will change, and investors will be attracted. Investors will be interested to get payoff as soon as possible, and that's where it's impossible to do without smart cities. That's what investors have to focus on. Remote sensors will be widely used already in a year or two. That's widely discussed now, and services built on GIS, on the GIS for utilities. There is system GIS ЖКХ, GIS utilities. This system will soon start working, and all the services will be attached to it, and it will be based on cloud technology. I'm going to show a video to see why the Ministry of Construction has created a special utilities database. Unfortunately, I cannot. You develop information for a broad number of people, and the customers will get the most efficient technology, the relevant data, the latest data on the technology, and time saving on looking for reliable contacts. All technologies are approved by the ministries, by the Ministry of Construction, and can be openly accessed via this system. It's reliable, it's convenient, and includes the latest developments. We have been talking about this database, utilities and housing database, for the past 6 months, and we have tried to set up a platform for matchmaking in the utilities and housing contacts. Any producer, any vendor can supply information, and any information is reviewed by the expert council. The expert council is made up of almost 84 people, different associations, who say yes or no, and then these technologies can be found by potential customers, a kind of Wikipedia for the utilities and housing. We have been asked about possible preferences for this portal. We have said that when there is enough content, not right now, but later, there will be some preferences for the procurement from the state. Thank you very much. It was quite difficult to interpret all these thoughts, I think. So thank you very much.
Okay, you got the idea to Mr. Matthew Smith, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Matthew to go through all these aspects which were spoken by the previous speakers about, and his own ideas with which Mr. Matthew came. Please, Mr. Matthew.
When I was asked to talk about smart cities and the challenges, I saw it as a statement of some problems and also some opportunities along the way. I think from a problems perspective to begin with, Western Europe, Russia, these are aging societies. People are getting older, and so the cities that they live in have to reflect that. Also, it's not just aging people, it's aging infrastructure. Bridges that were built in the 60s, roads that were built in the 70s, hospitals and schools that were built in the 80s. All of these things are now in urgent need of repair and also replacement. But then we have an opportunity as well, because fortunately, the world is becoming more connected. When Cisco was born in 1984, there are actually only 3,000 things connected to the internet, which is always difficult to imagine when you look back. This year, I think we're up to about 18 billion. And even in the next 4 years, that's going to triple again to more than 50 billion connected devices. So there's opportunity there with this connectivity. We're definitely moving from the information age into the digital age. However, there's also problems as well. Again, because cities traditionally are actually working in silos. And these silos, like the lighting department, the electricity department, the water department, traditionally don't talk to each other. They're relatively inefficient and also very difficult to deal with, specifically when you're looking to make changes. And so we have to start to think about ways we can break down those silos. And also, the aging populations also create a problem because there's less revenue for cities now as well. We're seeing tax revenues go down, budgets are being cut. There's basically going to be a competition in the future between cities for young people, because young people are the people who are going to set up businesses. Young people are the people who are going to be paying taxes. Young people are going to be the people who everybody's going to be standing on their shoulders. So it's a very difficult time. I think cities also are looking at this connectivity, are looking at these problems, and they do see opportunity. They see opportunity to have a digital overlay for their cities, a digital overlay on basically a traditional infrastructure. And I think they see things where you can have connected traffic lights connected to cars. So if you're in a bus and you're sitting at the lights, you have priority over a car because there's 70 people in a bus and just 2 people in a car. So they see all of these opportunities. But they're also worried at the same time, another problem, because they're worried about security. Because when you start to connect all of these different data sources, all of these different devices, to Kirill's point earlier, people worry about what happens if you hack into the system. Companies are worried about it, and in a company, it's now a board-level discussion. In a city, this is a problem for the mayor, because if the mayor loses the data, I guarantee one thing, he certainly won't be getting re-elected in the following elections. So it's becoming a very, very critical issue and one that needs to be solved for. But the fortunate thing, of course, is you can look at security as a task more than anything else, because technology is moving so quickly that we have to embrace that and it will be solved for. Because the opportunity is vast. The cities don't want to miss out on this economic opportunity. We've calculated just in 60 use cases over the next 10 years, there's about $4.5 trillion that's available to cities in savings, asset utilization, etc., etc. But that's 60 use cases. When we look at the city of Dubai as an example, Sheikh Mohammed, he actually wants 1,000 use cases for a smart city. And he actually doesn't see the outcome as being monetary. He actually sees the outcome as happy people. Because it's not all about technology. Coming from Cisco, we wish it was, but technology is just an enabler. Really, it's going to be about enriched and engaged lives for citizens. And I think this is where the opportunity for technology is. Because we're seeing a lot of cities now start to think about that connectivity, start to think about these opportunities, and start to think about ways of breaking down the silos. And to do that, they're looking to digital platforms. They're looking at platforms where they can connect any device, manage these things securely from a platform. So whether it's a street light, whether it's a parking meter, whether it's a garbage can, all of these things can be brought into the center, looked at, and managed in an efficient way. And this is probably one of the ways that cities are going to find for the future how they're going to be able to create these savings and create value. But then there's also another problem, of course, because the problem is that cities don't have any money. So when you want to actually go and upgrade all of these technologies, take advantage of all of these opportunities, we're having to start to think about new business models. When I joined Cisco 16 years ago, I never thought in all of my dreams that I would be talking to cities about lampposts. But lampposts are a very, very interesting way of actually allowing cities to finance all of these changes, because these changes in lighting to LED are creating huge savings. And if you're creative in a business model in the right way, you can actually use those savings to upgrade all of these assets. In fact, in Russia, we're working with a company, ENG Finance, who are doing exactly that for cities. They're actually looking at energy savings and cost savings on lighting, but then using that as a methodology to actually not just upgrade the lighting, but upgrade all of the other cities' assets at the same time. So cities can have all of these advantages, but none of the costs associated with them. And cities can see this as revenue platforms going forward. So I suppose just in closing, the opportunity is huge. I think cities have to think about new partnerships, new business models, new ways of working with industry, because industry is very reluctant to innovate if they always have to go and then bid on all of their contracts. Countries like Australia have seen this. They say if you can bring a smart solution to a city, you don't have to go through a RFP process, because they realize that companies will bring new ideas and those ideas will benefit them. So I suppose just in closing, smart cities are now. They're big and they're bold. And if you don't get engaged in them, I think there's a risk that your city may end up like something like Detroit, where nobody wants to live. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matthew. You have a perfect English, and I hope it was easy to translate. You have talked about a lot of thoughts and very concentrated. Some time ago, about 7 years ago, in 2007 or 2008, Artem remembers that a number of our developers thought about building several smart cities near Moscow, like Podolsk 2, Podolsk 3, and whatever. The crisis has just finished, and the people took money and began developing some super models and suddenly stopped. Why? Because the energy suppliers and network developers, we know that there are networks, electricity networks, heat networks. So the developers told that there is no energy near Moscow 10 years ago. There was no energy near Moscow 10 years ago. There was a big energy crisis. And all of the dreams about smart cities, rich, with townhouses, beautiful and super, all these dreams were broken because there was no possibility to connect to heat networks, gas networks, and there was no possibility to provide for the living standards of people. Nowadays, we are trying to recover it gradually. So passing on to the speech by Konstantin Kovalyov, I would like to additionally, because Kostya decided to take this project in Leningradskaya region, I would like to ask Kostya to talk about the obstacles that he had seen already, because we know that such cities as Innopolis began to be created in our city, in our country. Innopolis is near Kazan. Our district, Akademический, in the city, it could be also be considered as a prototype of a smart city. And the friends, of course, in the audience can raise their hands and say, I live in a smart house. So what is it like? Thank you. And Kostya, please. Oh, thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues. Can I please have a PowerPoint because I would like to give my speech as a case study. I would like to talk about 2 moments to answer the questions which had been raised today. May I have the next slide, please? Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I will go through several slides very quickly. How we understand the smart city approach. We understand that all the sciences, all the things like transport, gas, energy should be effective and fully go through the modern methodologies of IT systems. If I should answer the questions which had been given at the beginning, smart for us is effectiveness and comfort. We developers try to look at these things from the customer's point of view, from the consumer's point of view. I will go through this very quickly. So this is the indicator of how we think. This is quite a standard scheme. We think in terms of money. We think in terms of economic efficiency, and all things connected with energy efficiency and with all smart technologies. These things require additional expenses, which can be reduced in the course of time because the technologies are developing. On the other hand, we see that every time these technologies are applied, you can see on this scheme, every time these technologies are applied, they give a good economical advantage in the long run. Now a couple of words about the projects which we started about a couple years ago. We studied international practice, both Russian and in the Western countries and in the USA, and we saw that many cities work the way of implementing smart technologies in some direction, but unfortunately, maybe it was not high time yet, because in the existing city it's rather a complex task. It turns out that separate segments can increase their efficiency due to the technologies implemented in them, but there hasn't been any examples so far when the issues enumerated on this slide could be solved in some smart city. This is a very important moment. I called this slide "Why to be smart." We see that 2 forces act here in this sphere. The first one is the action of regulators, of all our legislative authorities, because the laws appear which oblige us to increase energy efficiency. First of all, decisions are accepted in Moscow to refuse the old things of Soviet part, which are not smart at all. In the West, this tendency goes much quicker because the houses which are not energy effective are impossible to build in several countries. Second moment I would like to dwell upon is that we see that there is a very great interest on the market and from the developers and to these technologies. There are 2 reasons for that. One of them is the increasing the cost of resources and increasing the requirements for safety. That's why the cost increases. We see that everything requires additional costs. It leads to the fact that when acquiring any real estate objects, no matter whether it's commercial or residential, everybody is asking how much will it cost to keep it, to maintain it. You talked about the example of Sweden today. When I was in Sweden many years ago, I was surprised that when seeing an announcement about selling the apartment, there are 2 numbers in it. One of them is the cost of the apartment, and another number represents the cost of maintaining this apartment. And the people there consider 2 numbers in this aspect. We won't have such tendency today or tomorrow because the level of our costs for keeping the real estate is not so high. But this is a big force influencing this market, and this will make the developers to increase the efficiency and to make their own small and mid-average projects more and more smarter. A couple of words about our project. I won't take your time. I avail myself of this opportunity and want to say that will be an event devoted to presenting this project in our city. I invite everybody, and I'm ready to tell about it later. So this is the project based in St. Petersburg in Leningradska Oblast. This is a new district of the city where about 130,000 people will live. It is quite well connected with the city. This slide represents all the basic parameters of the district. We are going to build about more than 7 million square meters, and we are going to develop not only residential area but also commercial infrastructure. We are planning to create a campus of our one of the leading universities, and we are negotiating with some companies about placing their facilities, about placing production and office facilities there. All of our counter agents are very interested in this project and in the environment where they can live and operate the real estate objects very effectively. I won't be saying anything new about the principles of smart cities. We have talked about them. Our objective is to implement all this in developing the master plan of our project. We have done much in this aspect, and to implement this in the objects which we solve. We are operating within the territory of 2,000 hectares, and we are engaged in the issues of transportation and parking lots. We are taking every aspect into consideration, and we are discussing all this issue with the city. The last thing I wanted to talk about is the thing that we are very active in explaining our approaches. We have already concluded the agreement with the BIM company, which we signed last year. We became the city interested, and we have a commission in the city under the vice governor of the city, which considers all this aspect. And we actually are a kind of pilot project for such a large city as St. Petersburg for testing a number of these technologies. In conclusion, I would like to say that taking into account the fact that businessmen and developers are quite material people, I think that the additional factor which would allow to implement these technologies, city technologies, more quickly, is their economic stimulation. Maybe some tax preferences, tax privileges, lowering some taxes, some support, because this is our future, and there is no other way we should move into this direction. Thank you very much. Excuse me for being too long. Well, a lot of issues. Thank you very much. I may give the floor to Daniel van Dender, and I would ask Kostya a question. Okay, 130,000 people, and what is the capacity? Do you have your own source of energy? Now we have a very big city. We have a good number of generation capacities. And taking into account that we are building this district, we are creating a part of infrastructure ourselves, and a part of the infrastructure is created by the city. You see, the infrastructure is going to be developed. Well, we are trying to be more specific now, yes? And we are negotiating with water supply company. We have our Russian standards for construction, where they say that 300 liters of water are allotted for one person a day to drink, to wash, and to do everything. We have discussed these statistics with our water supplying company, and we actually gave a number of 130 liters. And if we look at the example of Europe, where there are many high-tech devices, then the number is less. But we should design according to our standards and calculate everything according to this. We calculate even the diameter of pipes. The same situation is in the sphere of energy supply. The people began to save money, and we should create some differentiated norms for the companies. If you use traditional, like for example, if you use traditional technologies for construction, the standard will be 300 liters. If you use some smart technologies and prove that the consumptions will be less, then the norm or the standard will be different. That is why we are conducting this discussion and we are negotiating it with the city, but the problems appear at the federal level because we have some federal standards. Kostya, I advise you to be more careful with the numbers because there are engineers in the audience which were very surprised at you saying that because the average number is not that. In Moscow, for example, like 115 liters or 90 liters even. Everyone consumes differently according to their metering devices. We will come now to quite common things. We will talk about water. We will talk about how the technologies are implemented in India, California, and Egypt. We won't talk about heating devices in the north of the country. We will talk about what the world will expect in 30 years. Mr. Smith talked about the phrase that the world belongs to the young. The young people believe that smart technologies will bring them some resources and will help them to avoid problems. Kostya, you will have the possibility to answer my remarks as you may think appropriate. Mr. Tender, you have a very complex task. Try to be based on what was said before. You have ideas, trends, and concepts in a very challenging region to build the smart city in a very challenging region.
Thank you.
So I would like to show an example of the project that we developed for the Ministry of Industry, Russian Industrial Zone in Egypt. We did it with our partners from Rosengineering from St. Petersburg and Technopolis from Moscow. And but before I start this, I would like to maybe answer some of your questions. What is smart cities, and do we need smart cities? And I'm based in Berlin, but with our partners we do basically all our project in Russia or for Russian clients. So this is just a couple of projects that we're doing here in Russia. And the question, do we really need smart cities? Yeah, maybe our cities are beautiful enough. And if you just look at one fact, is for instance the population growth. Yeah, we'll have an immense population growth which we never saw before in our history. So we'll have around 2.5 billion more people within the next 20, 30 years. Yeah. So what does this mean for cities? Since the partner countries, India, just for India, it means that within the next 15 years, they have to build 70 times Yekaterinburg, just within 15 years. So that is like a real challenge. So this really requires from us, I think, smart approaches and smart cities, because within such a short time, we cannot really do something dumb. The other, we heard about this, that we have a lot of other challenges today. So we have a lot of data indicators for global warming. Yeah, so there's some people doubting this and all this. I would like to present you today the latest research from an international group of scientists that really found the evident proof that global warming really exists, which is this one. So unfortunately we couldn't fit 2016 anymore here, but you see, global warming really exists. Our environment gets warmer. It's really shown in how we dressing up and how we use our cities. And if we look at buildings, and we talked about emissions, buildings and cities are the main emitter of CO2 together with industry. So we are responsible for around 43% of CO2 emissions. These are only our cities, not industries, not cars, just our houses where we're living. And we have a big challenge because this global warming that I was telling you, we can only prevent it if we really reduce our CO2 emissions to zero within the next 50 years. And when we talk about smart, and a lot of people talk about smart, I imagine something like this, because they say, okay, we add this smart technology, we add some kind of like connectivity and all this. And for me, this picture really represents this, because, you know, you can start with here like a car, like a Hummer, which itself is not smart, it's not sustainable. And then you add solar panels, you add the bicycle rack, you add the wind turbine and all this. But at the end, you will not add up with something smart. So meaning if we continue just like considering smart to be some add-ons to our existing things, or just like, you know, funny like applications, we will never end up with something really efficient. And I think like smart design is, for instance, this, because this is design driven by efficiency. Yeah, because this is really designed to be efficient with as little resources as possible. And it's also a sexy design. And the other thing, global warming is like not only that we need to build new cities, but our current cities have big problems. Because this is a map of the heat wave of 2003 in Europe. We had 40,000 people dying in Europe just because of heat. And all these people, they were dying in cities. And especially in cities like Paris, which are cities that we like, which are maybe not smart, but the prediction is that 2050 with global warming, the regular summer will be like 2003. So if we not even change our existing cities, we will have a big problem, because we will have a lot of fatality in cities. And it's not caused by cars or anything else. And global warming is causing things like this. We have more and more problems with storms, with extreme weather situations, and our cities are at the moment not prepared to this. You see this with all this flooding happening. It's not like that it's a basic problem, but we forgot about basic principles that we thought before, but now we forgot them and we have to bring them back. So a smartness that was inherent to us, we need to bring back. And of course, if we talk about technology, we have basically endless resources, because that was in 1992 the fastest, or one of the fastest supercomputers, 1.2 gigaflops. Only the President of the United States could allow scientists to use this computer. And this was mainly used for making, for instance, weather calculations and all this. In 2012, every one of us could buy the same amount of computing power just in our pocket. And between this first version of the iPhone and the current one, there's again in incremental growth. So we have endless possibilities. So like we have smartness to our hands. So how can we use it? And I just want to show you just some key points on this 2,000 hectare development in Egypt that we developed for the Russian Industrial Zone. You can find more information online. It's called russianindustrialzone.ru, so you can read a bit more there. And smartness can be very simple. So we call it like high brain, low tech. So let's just start to think out of the box. And when we started with the master plan, you see on the top left, there was a standard urban grid applied to that site for a bigger development around by the Egyptian side. And when we studied the weather conditions in Port Said, where this is based in Egypt, there's a very interesting phenomena that in summer times when it's very hot, the predominant wind directions are from the northwest. So the wind is always blowing from the same direction. And what we started, we just rotated the first thing, the grid by a couple of degrees. So the main boulevards, the main roads are exactly facing this main wind direction. So that means that you can use these winds in summer to basically cool your development. So this is like, and if we talk about cost investment, that is zero investment, doesn't cost you more. You just have to be smart and think at the beginning. And the same thing, so we started then to move the development towards the sea, because that's where you get the kind of like fresh and cool air from. And the winter condition, and it's getting quite cold in Port Said as well, is the opposite, that the winds are blowing actually from southwest and northeast. So with the urban design, we managed to have this urban blocks blocking actually that winds, because you don't want this cool wind for the comfort of people on the streets at that time. Plus, it's bringing actually the sand from the Sahara, which is like also not very good for the development. And then, I mean, since you've been to Egypt, you know you need a security perimeter. It's industrial zone. It's kind of like an own urban development. So by just changing from a rectangular kind of like urban design to a circular, you can create the same interior square meters for a program with a much smaller perimeter. So it means like we're saving on fencing at the first place, and also like on maintaining and kind of like security posts driving around the urban development. So that is something that is like kind of you can do at the beginning to kind of like really save cost later on. And of course, this is the first phase. In other projects that we did, for instance here, we're using technologies from the car industries, which are widely available. So that is a development for another Russian developer. We put the whole site at the beginning in a wind canal. Like we built a big model of the site, and we basically made a model of where we have exceeded winds and where we have slower winds. Because that, even if it's for a Russian developer, it's a site in Crete. And we found out that when you have swimming pools, you lose around 40% of the energy when you have wind blowing, because a pool, it will create like a really protective layer on top. And if the wind constantly blows, you're removing this protective layer, and you're actually wasting all the energy just by heating up the pool, for instance, in winter. And if at the beginning you know where you have the highest wind conditions, you can smartly place the pools actually in the non-windy areas, and straight away you save 40% of energy in your development. And when you saw this Russian industrial zone, in the center here is this big green triangle. And of course, it's one thing, it's supposed to be a nice kind of like park for the inhabitants, because we have people living there as well. But basically, it doesn't cost us much, because this is part of a recycling water system. So basically, what we have here in the development, we have the grey water from the residential area, which we separate into black and grey water, and the grey water we are recycling in a landscape. So basically, this what you see here, it's a technical construction, but we designed it in such a way that this technical construction is accessible for people, and the water is cleaned within the landscape. And the additional benefit to this is that you get additional evaporation cooling through the additional plants that we have here. And then this water is used in the as technical water in the industrial areas. Another thing what we're hearing a lot is like energy production, and of course in a country like, for instance, Egypt, is much more efficient today to create small-scale energy production on site than, for instance, building a new power plant or something. And but then you have to be also smart of where you're putting it, because if you would put, for instance, solar panels outside in the desert somewhere and create energy, it doesn't give you this additional benefit. But if you use it and you combine it within the buildings, for instance, you get actually free shading of your roofs by the solar panels. And the same you can create, for instance, shaded parking for cars, so you're not overheating the cars. You can create squares for people that they can use. So I think also the way how we use it, where we distribute things, that is something very, very important. And also, like, we're talking about smart, but people sometimes, they are simple. We are all simple. We want to, like, understand, know how to walk in a city and all this. And the distribution of program is something very, very important as well. So it's something that people understand and that is really intuitive to them. Yeah, so you can get a lot of benefit of creating an intuitive master plan than, like, later on people using smart technologies to try to find their ways around. Yeah. And of course we looked into mobility schemes and the distribution of program and all this. And another kind of, which I just want to talk quickly, is also the architecture. So I think if you create smart cities, you have to move even to the architecture. And if you see here, we created this kind of dress code for industrial buildings, which is based on the triangular idea of the master plan. And if you basically look slightly on the side, these prefabricated elements of the triangular metal, they're not flat. They're slightly three-dimensional. And this is a principle that the cactus plant, for instance, using as well in the desert, so self-shading itself. So by just very simple move, which doesn't cost additional or not much additional money, we creating 40% of self-shading on all the facades, which at the end, only with these moves you are able then to produce almost all the energy that you need on site. And when we talk about smart, I think what we're forgetting sometimes is that what makes our cities today, or the most amazing cities that we know, maybe Paris, New York and all this, these are stories. People love stories. And if we create new cities or if we improve our cities, we have to think about that stories again, because that is something, when we use smart technologies, we use it for communicating mainly. Yeah. So, and the story that we created here for this new city, or this new industrial city, is actually, we looked at that when you connect Port Said to St. Petersburg and to Moscow, you actually have almost the same trajectory as a Suez Canal next to it. So we copied this trajectory to our master plan, and this triangular park in the center, which we call the Ural Park, is actually derived from these two axes to Moscow and St. Petersburg, and it gives the people something to talk with. So if they live there, they have a story to tell. They have a story to tell to the visitors, to their children, to everyone that comes there. And what this gave us later on is, so once you have one side which is going to St. Petersburg and the other one to Moscow, why not even trying to create a little bit the character of the city? So on the St. Petersburg side, we looked at digging additional canals inside the development. So you have the character of St. Petersburg, so it will be the St. Petersburg of the south. And on the other hand, you increase the land value, because for the residential areas, a land plot that is close to the water has a much higher land value. Additionally, we are separating the industrial sites from the residential sites, not by fences, but something that is much more comfortable and nicer for people. And the Moscow side, so what we created here is a series of ring roads, which is again based on the character that Moscow has with all its boulevards and MCART and all this. And this is helping us to grow the industrial zone, because now we're quite flexible and resilient to adopting to certain or different growth scenarios. So basically the city or this part can grow like a tree. So, and the distance between these ring roads can be adjusted to the needs that is for each of the development phasing. So you see here a view, so you see these two axes. At the end, outside of the Moscow axis, we have a hotel, which is a Hotel Moscow, of course. And again, it's placed outside not only because it has this reference to the trajectory, but also it has the highest security being outside on the water there. and also has a kind of best view. So it's like the hotel for the top management as well. And on the St. Petersburg axis is actually in reference to British amusement piers. It's like an amusement pier with a sculpture of Peter the Great at the end when it's heading towards St. Petersburg. And of course, we're trying to implement also like smart technologies, apps and all this in our developments, but we mainly use it in order to create neighborhoods. So I think that is something very important, because today our cities are becoming colder and people don't know each other anymore. So I think a main task of when we're supposed to use smart technologies is actually creating smart neighborhoods, but that kind of connect me to my neighbors. And also, like in this case of Park Gracia that we created, to create additional business models and also like to make things more efficient, like in this case, a theme park. And what we shouldn't forget when we talk about cities and all our problems, we are just about to be in front of a big revolution, because in the city where I live in Berlin, I'm not owning one car, I own 5,000 cars. So I'm using several operators of car sharing, and I can choose anytime if I want a cabrio, I want a roller, I want a big car for a bigger family, and I have 5,000 cars just with the smartphone, like able to book, and within a couple of 100 meters maximum there's a car there. And that is just the first step, I think, for us, because we are people, or we are kind of species that are sometimes very reluctant to change. And I think that is the first step, car sharing, which now appears, for instance, in Moscow as well, to people understand that we don't need to own cars. It's okay to share a car. But the next big revolution, which is like, it's ready from the industries, it's self-driving cars. And that will completely change the cities that we know today, because a lot of problems will be immediately solved. And we have to, if we think about cities, we have to focus more now on pedestrians, on the people again. Yeah? So let's forget about cars. That the technology is there. The only problem is basically the question of insurance and the question of who is responsible if an accident happened, but the technology is there. Within 5-10 years it's rolled out, no question. So if we create new cities, if we improve cities, we have to think about the people, the pedestrians, how they move in the cities, how we can increase the comfort, and how we can create things, especially in Russia, that can be used 12 months of the year, not only in summertime. And also in Russia, so that is a project for a startup cluster that we did for Technopolis. We also have to think how to create comfortable, smart environments inside buildings. Yeah? And also we have to think how buildings also, they have to work differently in summer and winter, because it's a very different conditions. We're not wearing the same fur coat all year long. So our cities and our architecture also needs to be smart in this respect. They have to behave, they have to be different for each time of the year. And smart, I think, can be fun as well. So this is a concept for a park which is on a very windy side, and we just we made pocket parks which are a little bit lower, and through geothermy we're creating a microclimate there, and we protect people from the wind. So it's a park that can be used like for much longer time in the year and creates much more comfortable spaces for people. But at the same time, once you go lower, you see you can create this kind of like fun sky that people can use and occupy. And this is a term that I heard several times here, and in the plenaries, data is a new oil. It's quite old one from Michael Palmer. But I think it's not data that is the new oil, but it's smart creativity that is the new oil. And I would just like to show you this diagram. This is the comparison of Picasso, a single person, and one of the biggest oil companies, Gazprom. And Gazprom is worth around 270 billion US dollars. All the work of Picasso is worth 1,000 billion US dollars. Yeah? So smart means you can create much more value to things than with our old technology, old things that we using. And I think we need more of the thinking of Picasso's in this smart thing. Yeah, we need to be creative about smartness. And if everyone is talking, because if we talk about the population growth, it's a problem. Always people talk it's a problem. But did you ever hear someone that people complaining there's too many trees in the world? I mean, trees are good, no? They're positive, they do something good. So I think we as people, we have to learn to be like trees, we have to do good things, we have to be positive, and our cities have to be like forests. Yeah? No one complains there's too many forests in the world. So let's create cities that are like forests and that are positive for our future. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, there are many interesting things were told, but I would like to ask, you told about the beautiful cities. When you have it built, we will come there. You have heard about Mazda City, haven't you? It is being built with the implementation of new technologies, but it hasn't been built so far. Okay, the city is there where they take fresh water and where they cold.
So what we're using, it's in the desert, so there's no water. So the first thing we use desalination, but what we're trying in the desalination to use the solar power for running, because desalination has one problem, has using a lot of energy. So that is trying where we try to be energy efficient in this, and then we bring the water into a recycle circle. So as I explained, the gray water from the residential, we separate from the black water. The black water we're using for biogas to create actually energy that we can create at night or for security reasons. The gray water is recycled in reed beds and then brought back partly into the residential. So for toilet flushing and all this, we don't need to have drinkable water, because that's another thing that is not quite smart about our cities. Just, daily we need 3 liters of drinking water, but we're wasting around 200 liters of drinking water quality for toilet flushing, for other things, which is absolutely unnecessary. So this we bring in back into the residential area for this, and then we use this as technical water for the industries, which at the end we recycle again and use. So what we have excess of water finally. And then we're using a system of how to put plants in a certain way, because if you manage to put plants, you can actually change the environment and you can create water. So you mentioned Dubai. So what is happening suddenly in Dubai, because they planted so many trees there, they suddenly have rain. Rain appears because of this sudden evaporation of plants, and they have weather conditions that they didn't have before. So it's possible with smart moves to adjust our environment, but I think too many times we're adjusting the environment in a bad way. And I think we're trying for a little bit to adjust it in a better way.
Cold?
And cold, so I showed you, so the first strategy is we need less cold by having, for instance, a great shading on the roofs and on the facades. You get around 80% of the heat from the horizontal surfaces, so it's very important to shade the roofs. And then what we have, opening the buildings, so we have a simple mechanism how to open the buildings at night to actually cool that at night, and have storing massing within the building that can create take the coldness, because we're in the desert, so it's quite cold at nighttime, and we're using this delta of the difference of day and night to kind of like cool the buildings.
В 2010 году, когда у нас тут
2010, then there was a terrible heat here. Some couples which knew how to use heat energy used this technology really, and that was very efficiently.
у нас с ужасом
I found, dear friends, that we have to wind up. By the way, it costs 200 liters. This is a number mentioned by our colleague, not 300. Yes, not 300. Now we have the standard is about 110 for hot water liters and 120 for cold water. I would like to ask such question. Smart came from communications, and the communication capacity has increased greatly, and it facilitates our lives. But as an engineer, I fear that of course, Artyom told also about safety and comfort, but what about resources? Daniel has told how smart works for resources, how you can build a city in the desert, which could be self-shade. It was a brilliant thought, brilliant idea. I was in Krasnodar when there was a heat, and I looked at the houses. You know, there was very hot there, and I looked at the houses and wondered why the architects couldn't invent such balconies or shelters for them. And one more idea for Crimea. It was suggested to integrate the cold system and the desalination system. And this combination gave a certain effect because the cold fresh water is accumulated and it can be kept at night. And using solar energy, you can get a good cycle which could be complemented by our water balance, which we have already. Maybe my colleagues, you would like to talk for 1 minute. Okay, we have resources, water, air, plants. You know, we have 60% or 70% of humidity. You know that the technology will develop, that the water can be created from water. Let us talk about resources. How can the technologies help us? Because it's a very serious issue. And so I would like to give the floor to Konstantin. Thank you very much. The discussion was very interesting. Actually, if we talk it seriously about all such things are very, very complex, and I'm not an engineer. I'm an economist. You see, there is a basic law. The more complex product you sell, the more education you should give to your customers. I am your customer. I'm a customer of engineers who develop these very important things, very effective technologies of smart cities. Yeah, we have learned something from them, and we use them in our flagman and pilot projects. But some things are yet to be developed and yet to be acquired. As a representative of a developer community, you should be selling effectively and explaining effectively. You have the experience of communicating with other developers. When you talk about interesting things, the developers ask what the cost of it is, because nowadays the situation is critical and there is a financial crisis and the people want to spend money less. I think there should be more of such events. There should be more calculations and practical explanations, and then these technologies will be bought by everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nowadays, the same question will be addressed to Mr. Matthew. Mr. Matthew, when you asked yesterday if people have Nokia, I raised a hand, and you didn't see me. I have 3 Nokias. Here are all of them. I am a Nokia fan, and I love such phones when they are just open. Arthur Haley has a good book named Overload. the young people might not know who Arthur Haley is. He is a writer and he wrote many books. In his books Overload, America and in California faces a terrible power crisis when a lot of energy stations, power station break. But the energy specialists are smart. And in California in 1963, energy specialists have a map where the hospitals are marked with constant power supply, where should be a constant power supply, because there are a lot of people and there are a lot of wheelchairs with accumulators with batteries. Of course, everything is thought up. But when a crisis starts and the city is blocked, one of the characters, very nice one, becomes blocked in the elevator in her wheelchair. But she needs not only a wheelchair but also a ventilator. But the lift stops and her friend is far away and she dies. Mr. Medvedev yesterday spoke about safety. Matthew, do you remember that? I fear that fearless smart should become a link which can put a risk for us. Can you comment on this? Please.
Envious of your phones. But technology really is just an enabler, I think. It changes every year. It gets faster, it gets cheaper, it gets better. And of course, there's always going to be risks with change. But I think if we don't embrace change, this is what we're going to end up with. And so I think whatever these risks are, whether it's security, whether it's the risk of failure, I think it's one of those things that we all now live with. And so it's something that we should embrace the future rather than be fearful of it.
Да, действительно так и.
Yes, it is so, and we understand. I would like to quote you once more, Mr. Matthew, that the world will belong to the young people. And addressing Kirill now, I would like to say that this fashionable energy net, this trend to use gadgets, even for children that can use gadgets effectively, can this trend show, can this seem to them that it's very simple to use also joules and kilowatt hour and in case of energy crisis, will we use fuel or will we go to a museum? In case of a crisis situation, as you know, the crisis might happen in every moment. What shouldn't we forget, Kirill, in order for us to understand that not only information exists, but we also need kilojoules and kilowatt hours? How do you think? Oh, you're asking such fundamental scientific questions. I will try to answer. Maybe I will tell a story about one teacher which I had in one university. He taught theoretical mechanics and resistance of materials. These were one of the most difficult subjects I had. And he told us resistance of materials is a very difficult science, and it needs a lot of calculations, complex calculations. But when you calculated a beam or something, you try to imagine physically how it looks like, what its size is, and the reality, the load you calculated, whether it will endure the load you calculated. Well, I think that we should teach our children and youth to check some simple things and keeping the link to reality. What we design and what we do is using some applications. Yeah, we have applications for taxi, but we need to understand that taxi uses fuel and energy and electricity, if it is an electrical car. It uses ferrous metals for the production of cars. We should teach our children that, and we should use modern technologies at the same time, and we should keep the feeling what will happen of it. Yes, it's really like that. And if we talk about our children, I would like to ask Artyom to say a couple of words. Mr. Tomzhikov, this is the president of the community of ventilation and air conditioners, told us that students like their work from the point of view of green standards attestation. One of the founders of Green Standards is smiling now. Artyom, how do you see the harmony just described by Kirill? How can we create harmony and create a feeling of integrity in children and young people, not just telling them to be more smart? I think I'm sophisticated, aren't I? Okay, I will tell about students. If you talk about some courses or things the student might get interested in, we don't talk about just theory. I'm not lecturing in the Architectural Institute. I will talk about our institute. The more projects you involve them in, our students, for example, work at the construction site from the first to second year of education. They understand what will happen if they might wrong in selecting heat exchanger or water sewage system calculations wrong. I'm talking about optimizing standards. These are computer technologies, which isn't a new thing. Mr. Tabunshikov was engaged in this 20 or 30 years ago. But when we talk about computer modeling, we talk about different approaches. But the main thing for students is to gain their interest, to show a good house for them and to show a bad house to them. Then they understand the difference. If they only see calculations, formula, of course, I understand that 20% of students are bright and 80% needs to see to understand. And if they didn't see, they can't understand. Well, our students also made real projects and audited real projects, and the auditor liked their project so much that he praised them a lot and for their results. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. There is a very good quotation of Professor Tabunshikov. He is engaged in this for 32 years. Guy, I'm sorry I didn't give you the floor. And here is also a brilliant scientist from Chelyabinsk. What I wanted to say, Mr. Tabunshikov published an article about deficit of knowledge and motivation. We have models, then they are working, but the deficit of knowledge and motivation results in the lack of systemic knowledge of the object, of the facilities, in the lack of the systemic approach. Knowledge and motivation of the designers to apply technology should be very important. A human being is a person which is unwilling to change. Daniel is like my friends, and I can't get rid of the idea that he's a foreigner. Thank you very much for your brilliant report. Matthew, thank you very much for your ideas and concepts. I would like to wind up to our panel by saying two things. First, it is a plenary session, and the next session is going to be held in the next hall about cities and industry. At 2 p.m. we are going to continue our talk about smart cities. Please come. And the last thing I wanted to say, smart cities change the world. This is the title of our discussion. I would like to tell about my impression I've got this winter. Every year we got the festival. We have a festival EcoCup.ru, which comes to Moscow in February. This February, they brought 15 wonderful films. I cannot describe all of them, but I will describe one. Asuncion is the capital of Paraguay. It's a warm city. It is situated in the south, so there is no heating in it, but there is a lot of waste. There is a waste dump not far from Asuncion, and a little settlement collects garbage and sorts it. Little settlements which is near Asuncion. And the film begins with the girl saying, "You can be born in the place without having the right for dream or hope." And we understand here. The children who were born in families living near the garbage dump have no right to dream about self-realization, about traveling the world. So a physicist is coming to the garbage dump and is willing to change the situation. He finds a plumber named Nicolas, and he makes musical instruments from cans, barrels, whatever. From the garbage, he makes musical instruments. And very, very impressive instruments like guitar, violin. It's impossible to believe in. And the children began to play these instruments. And the music appears, and the orchestra appears. The children get interested. And then they began to rehearse and play better and make a video. And some famous rock musician sees this video. He comes to them, and the orchestra performs in front of him. Please Google orchestra from the garbage dump. This orchestra is invited to one country, and then they fly to America and perform on the capital. These are the orchestra members from the garbage dump, and they are listened to very attentively. In this film, you can see how the fates of these people are changed. And they are changed, and they will never be the same. They became completely new. And the energy which lives in us, please wake the energy which lives in us, and then we shall make the cities smart. Tom knows that in Moscow there are smart gadgets of managing heat consumption. And only we consumers can make heat networks, make these houses smart. And this was told by Matthew. Thank you very much, friends. See you.
Коллеги, добрый день. Я думаю, еще пару минут, и мы начнем, потому что чуть задержалась предыдущие сессии.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I think we shall start in a couple of minutes.
Я думаю, будем начинать, да?
I think we shall start. Artem Sidov is going to come yet. Check microphone. Yeah, the sound is brilliant. Thank you.
Технологии интернета и вещей для смарт-сети, потому что по опыту знаю, что
Let's begin our panel discussion, and it's always too little to have an hour and a half for a meaningful discussion rather than just an exchange of sentences. And as the Fund of Development of Internet Initiatives views the Internet of Things as one of the priority areas for building partnerships and implementation of pilot scenarios, and also for focusing our investment strategy and attention to selection of projects at different spheres at different stages in our cycle. It was our initiative to discuss the systemic approach, the need for systemic approach to development of the overreaching program for the implementation of IoT. And now, 2 years later, IoT has become a through-cutting topic for all events at Innопроm. And yesterday, the Prime Minister of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev, focused on the Internet of Things in his speech as one of the breakthrough areas that will be the driver behind the growth of economy, and IT is now at the scale that it has to have. As part of our roadmap, we have involved more than 50 companies, and we have formed a community of more than 125 experts, and we have invited some of those experts in order to look at the technological readiness and economic feasibility and different forks and different deltas and different challenges for cities when they're trying to build smart cities model and relevance of the Internet of Things. It sounds very good in Russian. The Rostelecom is one of the headliners of the broad agenda of initiatives in the IoT, with the focus on the industrial IoT. And I'd like Pavel Krasovsky, the Center of Strategic Innovation for Rostelecom, opens this panel discussion and builds a bridge from industrial IoT to solutions for cities, and to dwell upon the solutions for cities that IoT offers and how we can implement. Good morning, dear colleagues. Indeed, it's a through-cutting subject at Innопроm and throughout this year. And industrial internet is all about industries, and we are talking about cities today. In fact, there is no contradiction here, because if we look at the development of the smart city concept and visions, they are very close to each other and closely connected with the Industry 4.0 or other industrial visions, because both technology overlaps, and robotics and additive production and information modeling and the augmented reality and the convergent networks and other technologies, all of them are used, and the business models are used, the service-based model and shared consumption and life cycle contracts and other business models, and both the business model and the upper stratum and the lower stratum of the technology are the same, and it's only the industries, the sectors where the concept is used. Rostelecom is viewing that from a slightly different perspective. When we speak about, when we talk smart, we have a huge expertise in safety and in urban development, and for us it's a very natural way of things to develop a safe city, secure city concept first, and only now we are starting speaking about smart cities and digitalization and IoT in the city infrastructure. But today I'd want to speak about something else. Apart from Rostelecom, we were entrusted entrusted to lead the city work group led by Igor Shogolev within the government of Russia, where we discuss technologies for cities. This is the subgroup which is a part of the working group Internet Plus that is focused on implementing a number of instructions, a number of guidelines from the president based on the Forum Internet Economy in December last year. And Internet Plus City is one of those subgroups where we discuss with communities and with the market the barriers and see the opportunity windows where we could develop smart solutions in Russia. The aim is to develop urban economy in the broad sense, and the tool is the roadmap that we are to complete in September this year. The work group is made up of about 50 people, including 7 people from federal ministries and regions, including, for example, the Moscow region, and large and medium businesses. And now I have invited small businesses too, and startups. We have collected about 40 initiatives now, and I'll sum up maybe some of the main things. The 40 initiatives that we have collected, and we keep asking our participants to analyze their sectors, and we are building up the efficient effects based on the expert opinion, and we're preparing the image of the future for smart cities. We have 4 pillars, 4 areas. That's utilities and energy. The initiative aims to implement cyber-physical systems and industrial internet in the utility sector, cloud solutions for monitoring, metering equipment, and predictive analytics in different spheres. In the construction, which is our second area, the highlight there was voiced by a colleague who's a developer in St. Petersburg, and we also have an outstanding initiative by a developer in the Moscow region. They are building a smart neighborhood in the Moscow region, and they're also collecting initiatives like that. And we are supporting these initiatives both within the group and as Rostelecom. The initiatives in this area include implementation of information modeling and combining that with geoinformational systems. The next area is transportation, where we have different initiatives having to do with smart transportation and telemetry in the transportation infrastructure of cities, and the smart data and discovery of data, disclosure of data on public transportation. There are specific barriers there, and we try to remove them now. The next area is the horizontal, which is called technology, and Free is helping us actively. We are preparing this part of the roadmap together, and soon we will synchronize, we will align our efforts on our roadmaps. The types of the events include the types of activities include changing the legal framework, and we discuss that with agencies and invite them for cooperation and partnerships. So those wishing to be part of that, we're open for dialogue. There's also a request to prepare standards, and in this respect, we align our efforts with the committee of the Cluster for Standardization Smart Cities Group 098. They're doing big work to adapt international standards. This is a complex process, and it's hard to find the driver in this process that is not just claiming that we need standards. Indeed, we do need standards, but apart from the sectoral specialists, nobody will be able to write them. That's why we need help from professionals within sectors. And I want to announce one more initiative which we are working on actively, and this has to do, as was mentioned by people in the subgroup, there is a demand for innovation in the cities, but there is no demand for innovations in the cities and in the within regions outside of Moscow. We initiated a contest of smart cities in Russia, and we are reviewing international experience, including that of India, that is leading the way in this area. And the idea of the contest is to have regions nominate cities as candidates for the smart city in their regions, and at the federal level we would find out who are the winners and who the winners are, and they will be awarded somehow. This will launch the process to implement technologies for smart cities, and this will raise the demand for innovations for cities. Because when we are talking about pilot projects, it's difficult for many developers to calculate business cases because in many on a small scale, some of the cases just do not, it's very hard to calculate. To strike the balance, it's very difficult to strike the balance. And as part of the strategy to ensure the right scale for pilot projects. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask you a few questions just to make sure I understand correctly. Maybe can you name a few criteria for building up the Russian standard? Which ones should be the most critical ones, and which ones should be secondary? Then the relation of the Russian standard with the existing standards, of which there are more than 300. When there will be, how will you harmonize them? And the contest as well is a great idea, and it will encourage the municipalities and if cities show efficiency of the implementation and acting and live business models, this will be wonderful. But then there should be equal starting conditions. How will cities nominate? How will regions nominate cities? Will they offer cases, or will they be able to just act independently without any technologies included? Thank you, Lena. If I forget any of your questions, I will correct you. The first one is on standards. They should not be separated from the international practice. There are a plethora of standards that have to do with industrial internet, with IoT. And if we are to talk about smart cities, then we have similar visions, similar concepts there as well. But BCI is the most advanced of them, which is smart city development, and then a SO concept. We are trying to adopt it and to adapt it in Russia, and that's as regards standards. And as regards your second question, that's on the contest. To the contest now, there are a few concepts, a few ways to see the concepts. One way is to have a city or a region present a vision for development of the city. Then if saying roughly, putting it roughly, we choose based on papers, based on theory. And the second way is to see what the cities have already done and which technologies they have implemented, and we can choose the best of them based on these criteria. And I see this second model as the most efficient in terms of achievement, this generation of demand. Thank you very much, Pavel. Today, I asked the organizers. It's been the third year in the Innопроm, where they have this whole day for the track technology for cities, because that's very well founded, because transformation of the cities, transformation of the life in the cities naturally follows development of the technology. That was how it happened in the first economic structure, when we had internal combustion engine and conveyor production. That's when the cities responded with the first wave of urbanization in Europe and North America, mass consumption, mass production. Then the technological systems change. The second system, the fifth, and electronics and services, and there was deindustrialization and the first pilot projects for smart cities, and the sixth economic paradigm now sees a new industrialization and Industry 4.0, and Rostelecom, as a reminder to the next speaker, is speaking about new concepts for urban development. And my question is to Andrei Bezrukov, Director for Strategic Marketing at JS Group Holding Company. You have a vision for a new model, and that you could, do you have this definition of a smart city, of a new model for the synergy of Industrial 4.1 development and production?
Lena, thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, Pavel, for the bridge he had put to our topic. We really had a small private town in Kaliningradsk region. It is built near the town of Gusev. Its population is about 30,000 people, and there we manufacture electronic devices. This is the largest electronic manufacturing device plant. We house more than 2,000 employees at high technological job places. Families work there, and the majority of them was attracted from other cities of Russia. We built the whole infrastructure for them, the whole residential infrastructure, and the plant is just a part of it. I think that one of the possible concepts, both in the West and in the East, of developing smart cities, it will be the synergy of industrial and city space. When we speak about factories 4.1 and smart industry, it is evident that they will appear where the competencies are formed, and it seems to be within the cities. So we should think how we should design new neighborhoods of the cities, and we think it should be done in complex. And complex, the residential and industrial buildings and all that kind of infrastructure should be designed in complex and managed by single smart systems, united single system. Now let's come back to the realities of our life. Pavel is quite right, and we also see we as developers of technological solutions, there is no demand for technological solutions from Russian regions, because the Russian regions all have different social obligations, and they don't want to spend money on the projects of smart cities. The example of St. Petersburg, where a year ago Mr. Poltavchenko announced an implementation of smart city project with the cost of 1 billion rubles in Kronstadt. They are trying to find also money for building a stadium for the Football Cup 2018. And so it seems that like smart city will wait. Maybe the projects with the participation of private capital should be paid attention to, and the energy industry doesn't have many projects implemented with smart technology. And it's understandable when a private investor invests his money, he wants to get some investment returns from this project. There are some challenges with it. I would actually emphasize private investor. Elena, I know Morton actively cooperates with it. I think we can work with such developers. We, as private companies, understand the efficiency of it. On the other hand, the state can implement a set of pilot projects which could implement everything. We, with my colleagues from FREE, discussed 2 pilot projects. One of this Innopolis project. This is technological city, student city. And our city in Kaliningradskaya region is industrial, and it's connected with digital factories and manufacture, because our factories are close to Industry 4.0 conception. Innopolis is an attempt to create a city, and you have already had the city. You have already built a city. I have been to Innopolis this spring, and I liked it immensely. Yes, everything can be created and everything can be tested, and we could welcome FREE as an Federal Institute of Development as a participant of the project. I cannot but ask you how you see the standards. What is the critical indicator? From my point of view, as it was said yesterday, these standards need to be open and need to have the possibility and potential to global spreading. On the other hand, it's quite understandable that such things as industrial and urban infrastructure are quite vulnerable from the point of view of safety. And it's necessary to make part of protocols secured. I think it's important. Thank you very much. Andrei. We will hear today that these cities don't have any demand for the Internet of Things, but they are quite interested in it. The interest is due to the fact that this is a technological trend which could give a relevant answer to the challenges the fast-growing cities face and the infrastructure that doesn't have time to be developed. And Artem Sidov, please. The manager of the Expert Council on the Energy Efficiency under the Ministry of Construction and the chairman of the board of directors of the Big Three. Can public and housing utilities be a direction that's safe? And can it have the demand for IT? And is it feasible to implement IT in it? Thank you, Artyom. Yes, Elena, thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Today we have 3 panel round tables in a row, and we are going to talk about smart cities. As far as public and housing utility sectors is concerned, we have talked about private investment, and now let's return to statistics. More than 50% of agreements concluded in Russian Federation concern public housing utilities sector. Of course, technologies are needed there. Why? Let us be frank. Why private investors are needed and not the local authorities? It was decided that the term for the authorities, for which the authorities are selected, is limited, and actually the local authorities have a lot to go. Now we are talking about the usefulness of these technologies. Of course, they are useful. When a private investor comes to the public and housing utility sector and invests his money, about 100 million or 50 million dollars or rubles. In Volgograd, an investor invested more than 50 billion rubles in the investment agreement with Vodokanal Volgograd. When we talk about such numbers and such facilities, we understand that life is impossible without technologies. Yeah, of course, we have technologies, but they are old, and the investor needs to return his investments in a quite short term. There is a big market for all this technology, and we need to prove the investor that to apply this or that kind of technology is feasible. If we talk about Vodokanal, there aren't so many service contracts, but the main thing is that this contract increase. There are a number of banks which are interested in it. On the other hand, we don't have enough legislative basis for it, but nevertheless, the investor becomes interested. Several years ago, this sector was called a black hole, and now the situation has changed according to numbers. And as I have already said, we have a huge market here. If you talk about directions, let me express my subjective opinion. Where this huge market is and what is to be done on this market for the companies. These are the companies of waste management or industries of waste management who are now being reformed. You know that in 2018, in Russia, a regional operator will begin operating and will build process in another way. Also, we talk about the market of metering devices. Due to the federal law, they should be implemented in every apartment. And the third thing is service which will come into force from January 2017. Now, when it operates, there will be billing services and calculations and different services which will be in some cloud technologies, kind of that. Thank you very much, Artyom. I have a question, because Artyom was the first to talk about the market, the volume. As Jason Partners assessed Russian IT market with 75 million of gadgets and $527 million volume, how do you think, what is the share of urban solutions in it, public housing and utility solutions in it, and how do you see the nearest future? That's a very complex question. I can talk about percentage. Yeah. From the point of view of cities, I think that, and this is my subjective opinion again, that I think that large share of power industry technology, this is in distribution and generation, the city consume much. Now we need to define what is the installed gadget and connected gadgets. We know that there are more connected gadgets than we think. But if we talk about automated process, about any automated process, we can call it IT technology and say about billion gadgets. There are about billion gadgets at the market which are connected. In the city, there is just 50%. I think these are telecommunication and transport devices, and public and housing utility sector is on the third place. One more question. What are the problems that this industry faces more? Technological models, or this very complex market where there are a lot of suppliers, resource suppliers, but there is no agreement between the authorities? Which way is more difficult? I think that everything is built near the lack of any economic mechanism. If we don't appeal to state money, we need to come to the investor and explain how he can return his investment. If we take an example of the Western market, any investment company, for example, wanting to manage street lighting, it manages street lighting, but it doesn't take money for that. It builds infrastructure near the street lighting and makes money on it. Such simple schemes as explanation of saving percent, these schemes don't work. The companies which invent a new mechanism, they win. This scheme is not direct. This scheme is not very direct, and this scheme involves a kind of intermediary, and so if this intermediary tells about the resources which are needed, and this scheme doesn't work again. The direct scheme doesn't work, and there is a very big gap in terms of money, and the investor is not sure about this risk. Thank you very much. There are no simple solutions, that's quite right. Nowadays, the European Union, in the European Union, 24 cities became smart, and by 2025, they will be more. I would like to ask Alexei Nikin, manager on cognitive solutions in the management of assets of IBM. What is the vision of IBM and the model of building smart cities, and if there is any difference from Russia on the basis of our resources and chronotype? Thank you very much. Thank you. Dear colleagues, before I start, I have a request. Please remember when you presented your results of your work to your manager. You have 1 hour and a half. You have 42 slides, you have prepared everything, and the presentation is scheduled for 3 p.m. You have a call, and you are said that you have 15 or 20 minutes presenting before the board of directors who are not very well knowledgeable at IT. We had a situation when we had an oil and gas company, a very large oil and gas company, as a customer. We had such a situation with it. We can offer a kind of helicopter view on the company and on the city. You talked about the experience of Indian company, the Wave India Corporation, Industrial Corridor Mumbai. We designed the curve of building these projects. Thus, we offer to consider the city and the corporation as a total of 3 big levels: strategy, control, and execution. These are the lines, and as for the columns, they denote areas, for example, transport, strategy of managing transport services, or rendering transport services. Each of these components is described in every detail, and all the processes are described. Then we show the level of the existing automation, priorities of every component, and on the basis of best practice, describe what is done, what has been done in the world. In New York, there is the safety system. In Rio de Janeiro is flood warning system. Of course, I love my company, and it's not only IBM which is doing it, but we understand that we just a piece in the digital world. We show people where they are, where they can come, and what the priorities are, and what the cost will be. When we show the cost, people tell us that the cost is incredible, and then we show the slide with priority projects. It takes 15 or 20 minutes to present top management without any technical details, to present top management without any technical details, because they are not interested in technical details. Our objective is to prepare the material for top and middle management, to present suitable material about architectural system, reference system, and present it. I should say that this successful experience works for corporations and cities as well. It takes 2 days to prepare such 15 or 20 minutes performance or presentation. After that, it is finished for a month already. It is being finished for a month, and after that, we are ready to move forward. The difference between Russia and Western countries is not that huge. The solutions are quite the same. If we talk about the sensors, they are the same. The standards for transferring data are the same. I drink water in Russia. The same happens in America, in France. Thus, our idea is that the system should be considered in some detachment from technological paradigm. Let us look at the profits which we can gain, and at the cost, and at the investment return terms. Dear colleagues, if you have any questions, I'm ready to share. Thank you. Alexei, I would like to come from the helicopter view. I would like to have more details. When you look from the helicopter, all cities are the same, but the lightning index, for example, is different. The industrial efficiency is different, and a lot of nuances you can see. Well, maybe I would like to have some analytical data for the middle level. Let us take several Russian cities, if you have already had such practice. was the set of cases and solutions for them similar or different? Because for me, it's just the opportunity to give the floor to another speaker, because we're going to talk about the interests of transforming the city into smart city. Who is the architect? Who is the architect setting the solutions and technologies which is needed at a specific city? Yeah, very good metaphor about constructor. All families are happy in a similar way and unhappy in a different way. The sense is that, for example, the sense is that the projects which we had done for Khanty-Mansiysk and St. Petersburg are different. Our task is to show what we can use in different cities. But when we come down to solutions, then the solutions which could be useful for American company building a hydraulic model, and the solution which are being planned to be implemented for St. Petersburg, these models are different, but the methodology of these models is the same. We have a constructor, we have a piece set, and we can show solutions and which can be for different components. Thank you very much, Oleg Vasilenko, leading architect of solutions of Ericsson company. Oleg, let me address you with this question about the role of communities and about the way the transformation goes. What is the role of urban communities when they want to build smart city? Thank you very much, Elena. Good afternoon, colleagues.
I think indeed that's a very important issue when we talk about smart cities, when we have to remember that they are cities where different communities live, and it's very good that communities are so diverse. This diversity is supported, is maintained, and it develops, and the life in cities and the quality of life in cities certainly depends on the efficiency of interaction between those communities, on how open these communities are to each other, on how much they trust each other, on how communities can shape new interaction channels. And from this perspective, the role of IoT is very interesting to look at. And I think interaction between communities is always built on data, and the Internet of Things is becoming one of important sources of data for communities. And the question here is what kind of data this should be, and what parameters this data should have for them to serve efficiently the aims of the community in a smart city. I'd list such parameters as integrity, adequacy, and validity of data. If I get information that, for example, from two friends, let's say, let's speak about people who call me and say I drove through that street fast, and the next one said I was stuck in the traffic for an hour. There will be no integrity even until I know that one was driving a bike and the other was driving a car. And the same happens when we talk about accidents, traffic accidents at a road crossing. They will not get an integral picture until we get information on the structure of this accident. If I'm a member of a bike club, I want to know safe routes for bikers. And this information has to have integrity. Adequacy is about having standards, for example, for construction of pavements, and the programs, the software that lays the routes for pedestrians can say that you can pass, but this information may not be adequate for wheelchair users who will not be able to ride through there. We can that's to name just a few examples. Validity can also be illustrated by various examples. And when introducing, when implementing IoT solutions, I think in order to discuss the subject of validity, adequacy, and integrity of information, we need to think about discussion and about awareness of the communities, and we can give the central role to platform operators, because technological companies provide technologies or maybe build technologies, but implementation and usage is the business of operators and operators of platforms, of IoT platforms. Should probably be, or maybe will be, not only technocratic, not only technology-centered companies, but also companies that have to be in dialogue with the community and show the people how this data can be used for building applications and their efficient use. And that's a very interesting idea. But how and where can we find synergy between the tech platform with its functions, including safety and accumulation and analysis of data and the various applications, and the valid perspective as a kind of general picture of the social media that would range this information, because this information shouldn't be arranged technologically, but via some social index. I think we can use different channels and different opportunities in order for this information to be accepted by the community. I'm confident that developers of applications will be building their apps based on the information provided and based on the input, and only if this input is recognized as valid by communities. We need to look at this from the perspective of standards, certainly, that describe the semantics, the meaning of data, and that ensure validation and security of data. And at the same time, IoT systems have to offer kind of gateways. They have to be open in order for the community to be able to provide input, to give feedback. First of all, via vendors of applications to IoT platform operators, for them to take decisions on what else can be needed, what else the community might need in order to get to distribute efficiently the data. And the media should also be used as well. Thank you very much, Oleg. Moreover, you kind of built a bridge to Viktor Polakov, Tiber Systems, IoT platforms. There is no better platform than Ericsson has provided now. The role of IoT platforms in a smart city, how do we use with different semantic data? Thank you, Yelena, and good afternoon, dear colleagues. I've noticed a curious trend. It's not my first event on smart cities, and the percentage of people grows who speak about practices. And a year or two ago, everyone was speaking about platforms and theories and how it all happens and how everything will be juicy and blossoming, and people start speaking about practice now. I was ready to speak about platforms and technology as well, but I think that everybody has had enough of that, and everybody wants to listen on something else, and I just remembered a few of our cases. But first, to start, I'd like to speak on platforms as such and how they're and what they're about. My example was that if a city is smart, This means that it's got intellect, and then it has IQ. That's something that is constantly growing in today's cities. Level 1 is about local systems, local control and monitoring systems that do something in their corner, like a square and 4 or 8 traffic lights around it, and local control that can for all these traffic lights. That's how it happened about 30 years ago. I don't know whether it can be called IT. Then the system is scaled vertically. We get a traffic regulation system that switches controllers from mode to mode into morning, day, night modes. Then we are past that too. Today, we are maybe at the third IQ level when we connect systems horizontally, where the traffic regulation system is integrated with a single system, a uniform system, and when an ambulance has to pass, the green corridor lights up automatically. They will drive through the street that has been cleaned for them. That's the next level of intellect, and the ultimate thing, the last thing that is that awaits us is I mentioned that citizens start taking part in the life of cities. Municipal systems are combined, combined with private ones, and businesses also have to be integrated in this system. They start communicating, and compared with business, the cases are totally transparent. We're expecting microgrids and companies that generate local energy will very soon be able, after the amendments to the laws are made, will be able to sell it directly to cities' energy systems. And that's how a smart city becomes one of the most complex IT systems that are possible today, that can exist today. Why do we need a platform? Everybody keeps saying that in IoT things communicate to each other, and that's the essence of the revolution. That you need no central control panel, but cars can communicate with each other and decide who will drive first. But in fact, it's the need to use platforms, to use a central framework that actually mirrors the system of municipal authorities. We still have centralized authorities. Everybody speaks about vertical structures. The same happens with the IT platform. There is a kind of orchestra conductor in the city that controls the system, that commands, that calls the shots. The authorities do not micromanage. They do not say, it's evening, it's getting dark, we turn on the lights. They say, we are in a crisis, we have no money. Then they say, let's now turn on lights a bit later than we a bit earlier than when we turned them on a month ago. The catalogs of things are about things being able to find each other. In fact, today I'd like to speak on the fact that in a smart city, there is no the border, the limits between things and platform is disappearing. When we speak about platform, what do we mean by that? Central digital platforms, IT platforms, we don't really know what they are when speaking about them. I understand platform as a server with an industrial computer with software installed on it, and it has 5 functions: collection, storage, visualization, processing, and integration of the data. Let's imagine a controller that controls traffic lights, that can make that ensures that we can make micro installations. When a service is installed on a server, we can even use it on several. on Raspberry. That's a very small, for example, a very small computer where a server is installed, and it supports the so-called IEC languages for local algorithms. These are visual languages that allow us to adjust things using a mouse. It seems to be a local IoT platform. But if we look at it from above, from the bird's eye view, from the next level, then it will just be an object. Within SCADA systems, it provides tags that help it build a switch to a certain module, to a certain mode. From Russian practice, we can talk about monitoring engineering facilities. That's the Innопроm practice to protect critically important objects, and there's a protocol to communicate information on incidents to the regional and local authorities. They usually use SCADA. But I agree that there's a billion of connected devices that includes automatic control systems and IoT systems. As soon as they get on the internet, get connected to the internet, they get connected to IoT. SCADA system, if we look at the regional level, then the whole site, the whole factory becomes one object that we can control. And it communicates information on important incidents to the regional level, and the most global disasters are communicated to the federal level, from where each region is seen as one object. The whole system in the region becomes one multi-functional, multi-modular things. That's what I wanted to say. The limits are not as obvious as they used to be. Instead of specific things, we get one digital space where everything keeps interacting. Thank you.
Victor, thank you very much. I've got some questions. First remark is connected with system 911. Our service phone is 112. About the changing border, about disappearing border, Victor Victor has the term classical IT. 2 years ago, there wasn't any IT at all. Now we have the term classical IT, and we see how rapidly things are changing. And the history of interaction between cyber things and technological things. We saw people in Innopolis who bear chips, and this chip in them can manage at least sensor in the door, lock in the door, or using a palm and turn the automation of the flat and be integrated with the office and whatever. I have a question. Yeah, the border is disappearing, but this disappearance is not chaotic, but structuring. The worst platform is predicted to appear. What is the advantages of platform, and what are the indicators? How do you prepare your platform for competitiveness and for the war? If we talk about IT platform, we talk about interoperability. The platform should understand everybody and everything around. We don't think about standard of physical connection, but some standards of structured exchange of data. Such classical systems as SCADA work with tags like humidity, temperature. All of this is understandable. Modern platforms should work with complex structured data and should be able to learn themselves. Yeah, our phone, emergency phone is 112, and the system should understand the format of the data which they are exchanging. The internal mechanism in the systems are also becoming more difficult, but the main thing is that the system penetrate into each other mutually. The systems of the city will combine. The industry will be combined with private sector and the single digital space, if you say matrix will be formed. No, we don't want matrix, but I think the single digital space is useful. I would like to give the floor to one more speaker. Andrei, please come here. Andrei Arbanas, commercial director of TM company. Additional advantages of IT for the cities. The interpreters cannot hear the speaker. Oh, sound check. 2M Center is a company which is proud of moving from machine to center, center to machine. I would like to say a few words. Perhaps we are moving a little bit further. We are moving towards to the Internet of Ideas. The Internet of Ideas is the Internet of Things which allows to implement the ideas and to solve those challenges which we may have today, but we may not understand them, that we have these problems. If we consider the cases, many of the cases solve the challenges which hadn't been known when the project has started to being implemented. Like, for example, the current solutions and which might allow to solve problems on the spot. There are many cases when the project has to be started, and the efficiency and saving come from the solution of the objectives which we don't realize. My second statement is about what smart city is. I think smart city is the city which obtains and has information space. Nowadays, the industries implement the Internet of Things. In the power industry, in the transport industry, we have heard about the intellect and about the IQ of 4.0. And we have heard here about the integration of different services. Smart city integrates all industries. We see our task as developing the industries which are not developed. For example, in Tyumen, we have a very interesting project within a project Smart Heat Network. By the way, you can see more at our stand at the fair. And we see our task in lifting all the verticals and implementing the horizontal inter-industrial integration. When the information we get from sensors vertically is used in ecology, power industry, in health industry, healthcare, and vice versa. We are moving towards it, and everything is in front of us. We need an approach when we can come from the top and understand some strategies, but we need to be very specific, because every project can be interesting only if it gives some savings. This is just a brief. Yes, thank you very much. I have a question, Andrei. On the basis of the forecast of the growth by 25 and 30% of the quantity of centers, we have passed from the theoretical part to the part of setting sensors everywhere. At the stage of their active operation and working with them, we should come to some critical moment of accumulating these sensors, or to the moment when we understand that we can do nothing about it. What is your forecast? When will this critical moment become? When will this critical moment come, and what can be the challenge? The projects which were started 10 or 15 years ago achieved the result. We don't have the opportunity to accumulate 20 years of information. On the one hand, we have to and have the possibility to implement the solutions that we have in different kinds of logics and historical data from similar projects. And we have a possibility to compensate for the historical data, for the lack of historical data. On the other hand, having the data from the specific projects where we speak about several thousands of sensors from the smart heat network, the time which we will need for assembling the basic information, for collecting the basic information, it will be half a year. We should not should not allow it to be critical. A lot of projects invested money into infrastructure, and we collected a lot of data. What should we do with this data? We don't understand. The solution is that we should do the work beforehand and structure the data beforehand. And here we cooperate with the Ericsson company, with the colleagues from the Ericsson company, and use the opportunities and lessons which we gained from other projects to get the problem solved. Or maybe we should invent some super technologies to compress this data and store them. The possibility to store the data increases every year. If we solve this issue, the issue will be whether we will be able to work with such massive set of data. And so we should then find the ways to distribute them and to operate them as separate sets, not just big massive. Thank you very much, Andrei, because I would like to ask you to stay here because we are trying to wind up. We have final 10 minutes. I have done it on purpose. And please stay here in case you have questions. Dear participants, please, if you have any questions, think about them. And I would like to, meanwhile, be brief upon the problems which we have. One of the problems is the problems of threats and challenges. We don't have a single authority of making decisions which would operate the city. Do we need such an institution, or is it enough to have a working group or a working commission of which Pavel spoke about? And what are the priority challenges in solving problems that had to be done in the near future? 88 cities that will be smart by the 2025. What should be the challenges so that 5 of these cities should be in Russia? Victor, can you start, please? Thank you. As a vendor representatives, I'm the last man to comment on it, on the regulation. But I think that nowadays technology is allowed to implement a complex approach without making a new commission which will regulate that once more. Services have their sections which they are responsible for, and they can operate perfectly. It means that if a chain works perfectly, then nothing to be done? Yes. Elena, I think that if there are no more enthusiasts, then we should make a single institutions. From the speakers, perhaps yes. It is possible that from the government there will be no such initiative to create such an institution. If the development institutions want to create a single body, that could be okay. But I think the things which needs to be thought about: visa legislation, then creation of critical technologies that should be developed or supported in Russia, and the third thing is financing. As far as one single body or institution is concerned, I agree with the previous speaker that it is lacking now, and it is not our cup of tea to create it. The second thing is demand, and then standards, and then combination of technologies implemented in different industries, because these technologies double each other in some way. What should we take as a standard? I didn't understand it. Artyom, can you explain your vision? What should be taken as a standard? Can I begin with the first questions? As for the structure or institution that can solve these issues, if we talk about the cities, there is a mayor in these cities, in any of the cities, and this mayor cannot be told what he or she has to do. As for the top three challenges, one of them is to come out of the crisis. Of course, the import substitution helps in it, and the third things are crisis, economy, and standards. What about the standards? The standards are not just a document or regulations defining technologies which have to be used. When we talk about the interoperability and compatibility of different technologies, it costs money to repeat the protocol. That's why any standard which will be based on the things that are already known allows me to reduce costs. You can either support me or not, but I can save money on the repeated protocol. I can make a protocol myself. Dear colleagues, when I'm making a project for Rosatom, I had to agree upon it with 72 people. Then I asked the colleagues to count the cost of this project. After that, the list reduced to 11 persons. As for the priorities, first of all, this is safety, effectiveness, and we shouldn't forget about profit. Investor invests money. Yeah, there are of course state money, but I think state and private partnership will allow to create solutions which will be used. I think that the institutions, any centralized institutions which have to work with Internet of Things, are abundant thing. Working groups are quite fine with doing it. I think this centralized body will appear in a while, but I don't know whether it's good or bad. It will be good or bad. As far as these three things are concerned,
these three things that will help us use the Internet of Things efficiently for smart cities. The first thing I'd say is we need to develop professional operators of IoT platforms. Then we need to develop interaction and partnerships between IoT platform operators and urban communities. And third, what we need to do in parallel is we need to set up and develop, in terms of both models and business models, mechanisms for commercialization. I would support my colleagues. I don't think we need yet another institution. We have quite competent and broad support here. I think we need simplification, simplified simplified accounting. A very simple example is when we speak of introducing frameworks that help prolong some tools that help us prolong the life cycle of specific mechanisms, specific devices like electric grids, and it will be replaced within 15 years rather than within 10 years, then there's a huge saving here. There's another big big issue here. If we do things not standard and something happens later, who then is responsible? And this delays. This makes the decision process slower for things that do not fit in with norms, with standards. That's why we need a simplified process for adopting regulations and a company that would agree to test non-standard decisions. Thank you. The questions from the audience, please. It's very interesting to hear you. I'm Mark Markov of the Executive Authorities of Yekaterinburg. I have a simple question. Do you think Yekaterinburg is a smart city? And if yes, do you think that you are ready to measure its potential and help us develop it? If not, then where do we go? Who knows Yekaterinburg well? I can start. I think Yekaterinburg is on the right track. And yes, we are certainly ready, and we suggest that we make next steps and by offering solutions like we use in Tyumen, smart heat grid. Like as someone who's has been here for the third time, I'd say that IQ is growing. Just to add a little, I'll say, is the population growing or not? If that would be easy, but to be honest, the factor is such where I go, where I feel comfortable. It does not describe a smart city completely, but Moscow never gets into any of the ratings. But the population of Moscow makes up 10% of the population of Russia. If the population is growing, this doesn't mean that this is the smartest city. But this is smarter than other cities in the region. If we have positive gravity and we face the issue of a growing population, then this city is smarter than the region. If the trend is negative, then the authorities have to think. The very simple factor is whether the population is growing or declining. That's that can be argued whether or not this is true, but there are still more questions. I'm an integrator. I'm someone who works at the lower level within automatic control systems. That's for the automatic control systems for the urban system, for the urban neighborhoods. And I've heard several times that IoT and automatic control systems are the same things. Then what are we to talk about? The automatic control has been around for 50 years. But in fact, the difference is if we look from the lower level, then from the process control systems level, then the difference in fact is there. If we look at how IoT moves, they see it as mass production process that will be good, that will be working at the plug-and-play level, and the system will kind of build itself. if we had, if our executive authorities started their questions on how many, so you start from too far away. I'm afraid we will not have the time to listen your answer to your question to the end. But in fact, process control automatic systems are not only about collecting, it's also about distribution. And everything is well decided, but who is going to be responsible? It has just been said that 5 years are okay. Let's use 15 years. Maybe accident will happen and maybe not. How will it look on the scale of a town when the 1,000 cities will be frozen? It will be a collapse. Artyom, you have 2 minutes. Who will be responsible for, in the IoT age? When we say let's make lower responsibility, it means that we have to agree that with 72 agencies. It's not that just the government says, okay, we got an idea, let's reduce. We have to have 72 signatures, but in fact, responsibility can be slightly more relaxed. I'm not speaking about nuclear power plants, but the buildings do not have to use technologies that are used in space, in aerospace. And indeed, this is in fact high responsibility and at the same time longer life cycle. I'd want to add a couple of words here. We cannot move just using rules that have been around since 1960. ASU has operated since the 1950s. But let's harmonize, let's align the regulations with what you have today. It used to be my own. This is, first of all, when we spoke about computerized process control. Computerized process control will not disappear, but IoT will globalize this sphere by transforming it and by by converging it with other areas. Our platform, we build vertical solutions ourselves, and SCADA is one of them, a classical SCADA with possible mnemonic schemes and touch panels and PLC integration and so on. That's just one individual case of what we do. For us, when we do projects in critical areas, we have to be in line with all regulations and be in line with all the timing requirements and work with the right signal. But in fact, we do not use the classical SCADA systems. Or rather, our partners do not use them. And they see it as an advantage that they can study a single platform and can provide solutions in different areas. And the same happens to controllers. A classical PLC by Siemens or ABB or Allen Bradley are still around, but there are more and more cases where usual computers are used instead of a PLC. I don't want to say that in chemical production and critical sites they will use Raspberry instead of PLC, but it's perfectly well controlled. Is perfectly well used to control fans, to control ventilation in shopping malls. And in 5 years, this application will be still broader. As for controlling critical spheres, IT, ecosystem components have to be in line with all standards. And as a vendor, I'd say that is braking and there's an oil platform and the pump breaks. So what happens? I don't go into the control system. I do not replace vibration sensors. But when I analyze this data, I say that with this flow, with this fluctuations of pressure, I tell them the same. I tell them this, and there's cavitation. There are small bubbles emerging that break the pumps. I don't want to change the intermaintenance period, but I don't want to be responsible for that. But knowing the reason for failure and what and the factors that affect the cost of mass melting, that's where IoT can help. Colleagues, that may be our last question. I'm happy that I'm asking the last question because it's very short. A technical problem. I have a short question. There was a very good remark by Elena that there will be a war between platforms within the next 10 years. And my provocative question to the panelists is that we have 5 battling parties here, be it vendors or operators. Who will win? The customer? The user? That's a great answer by Andrei. Many thanks to the speakers, many thanks to the audience, and I wish all of you to live in smart cities and the professional community will define standards.
Да, добрый день.
Ага, для кого?
The interpreters cannot hear the speaker. Is it better? Yes. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Please welcome. I would ask the speakers to take their seats. We have already a delay because the last session was also delayed. Well, I'm not reproaching the previous moderator, but nevertheless. Dear colleagues, do we have PowerPoints? Well, I suggest that we should start. There are enough places and you can take them and sit in the hall, in the audience. Before I start our event, I would like to address the colleagues with the request about the work of the Analytical Center under the government of the Russian Federation. At present, we are doing a research of reporting companies and expert organizations on revealing the barriers of conducting export activities of Russian companies and defining the basic trends of export support and development of international cooperation. With this aim, we would like to ask you to answer some questions of the questionnaire prepared by the Analytical Center. You can take the questionnaire near the entrance. We need it to understand what barriers you think are appropriate are existing in the industry. These barriers will be generalized on the basis of the information we shall get from you, and the Analytical Center will get the materials ready and send them to the government of the Russian Federation and the Ministry of Trade of the Russian Federation with the aim to eliminate them on the legislative basis and to have the equipment with the export potential marketed internationally. But in order to understand these barriers, we need the respective information. Thank you very much, dear volunteers and colleagues, for distributing the questionnaire. I have the request for you. Please participate in the filling in this questionnaire. It will be used for the working of Analytical Center and the government of the Russian Federation on the whole. I would like to avail myself of the opportunity and ask you to participate in the questionnaire which take place at the website of the Analytical Center, because we use the information which we get from them and prepare different analytical reviews, and you can see them on the website of the Analytical Center. These websites are used in the activity of the government in order to define the basic trends of the development of the economy of the Russian Federation, and the results of these reviews are also used while making decisions at the level of government. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Within the business program of Innопром 2016, we have Forum Technologies, Metropolitan Technologies, and I would like to suggest to begin the discussion moving towards the city of the future, moving towards energy efficiency. It is done under the auspices and with the support of Innопром and Karat company. What is energy efficiency with respect to the cities as separate entities? What do we need to develop in order to what do we need to develop in the housing sector in order to use the opportunities offered by the Internet of Things? And this is the basic topic of the current Innопроm, and it has already been discussed at the roundtable discussions. there was a roundtable discussion devoted to the Internet of Things. And the previous session discussed the issues of industry. Now we shall have a slightly different perspective of this issue, the perspective of public housing and utility sector, from the perspective of smart technologies and smart cities and the opportunities the current telecommunication industry gives us in order to live better. The city is not just the union of people or the combination of buildings and infrastructures. This is a separate unit necessary for the people to get for the people within this certain territory to get certain profits and advantages with the account of the current comfort level. What are the technologies in the telecommunication sphere, including cloud technologies, that are compatible with the issues of public housing sector and the public housing and utilities sector? Can these two spheres be compatible, and can they interact? These are the issues to be discussed. And we should also discuss the issues of energy efficiency and energy saving as cloud technology, how cloud technologies and telecommunication solutions can help them in order for the customers and producers of resources get the necessary information about the situation and level of development and the efficiency and ecological issues. How do these issues influence our everyday life and the development of the city we live in, and how should we interact in this sphere? I would like to give the floor to Sergei Lidovsky, CEO of RAD Company, chairman of non-commercial partnership Meteorology and Energy Saving. Thank you very much. Self-regulating organization, Meteorology and Energy Saving. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I was presenting in hall number 5. Maybe I will repeat something of that I have already told, but I will try to do my best. The basic idea of this forum with the topic of Internet of Things is to search the ways and to search for the points of growth in Industry 4.0. The terminology is quite mixed, and I think not everybody understands it. People who work in energy industry and manufacturing industry understand perfectly that if something new appears, then there should be a way how this new thing should be used and how this new thing can help to solve current problems. Of course, we can find different ways, but we should not lag behind the time. We should not leave the problems unsolved. We should speak about everything new as a way to solve problems which are at the current level. If we speak about energy saving, this energy saving is based on, and the energy saving is based on, then each forum for 20 years began with the account of energy saving resources, with the issues of energy saving. This idea should be changed. The account, of course, it is necessary, of course, to account the resources. We cannot live without it. And if the data will go somewhere and the means of accounting such data will be operated in accordance with the law about measurement, then maybe these data could be fixed and summarized somewhere and transferred somewhere, and somebody will work with them honestly using some methodology. This idea makes us to look at the measuring devices as things. And after that, we can talk about the Internet things, what it is, and what the measuring means are. In Russia, there are about 16 million SIM cards used for technological purposes, and the majority of them are used for transporting data for counting devices. This is very much, this is a great lot. The colleagues who will speak after me will assess the readiness of the country to work in the integrated systems. Nowadays, the experience of previous generations, of operating previous generations of a system, shows us that the users do not understand how to work with them and do not understand how to calculate data gained from them. So there is a general system of errors, and there is no bridge that could use and reflect this data professionally. It's impossible to make people do it at the same time. A professional market participant needs to be created. What are the measuring means as a thing? Is it enough that these 16 million SIM cards download data? Is it a system of data? Do the data summarize, and do the data from flats compare? Are the data from flats compared with the data from houses? Are there any data used for quarterly balance in terms of neighborhood, quarters, districts, or cities and towns, in terms of different administrative settlements and organizations? More often, we don't have data suitable for analysis, and very seldom we have them, provided we have a suitable policy of customers and provided the system attracts suitable participants of market. Our Russian structure doesn't imply automatic construction of measuring means and methodology of using data. Understanding these problems and treating the measuring device as a thing, we should understand what kind of a set of actions is necessary. Is it enough to have just telemetric data from the device, or is it necessary to fix every event connected with the device? And why do we do it? I think we should do it that in order for the data to be transparent and honest. We should trust these data, and this will lead to the trust between the customer and the supplier. In this case, the principle, the reason of the existence of accounting is justified. No matter whether these numbers are small or large, this is the issue of energy efficiency. Unless we have a separate metrology process, which is done on the spot and created before and created separately from the energy-saving events, it's impossible to separate the events on achieving the transparent accounting from the events on transparent consumption. Our company has launched the service and has operated it for several years. This is Cabinet.ru service. This service is built on the principles of internet interaction between different divisions of the company and reflects the essence of life cycle of measuring devices and allows to store data about the forces which were used for restoring measuring devices and for checking them, about data about the protocols, about the samples and means which are used in the meteorological cycle. We think that these events, combined together with the current indicators, allow the energy supplying company to see the picture which could be which could form the trust between the customer and the supplier, and to separate the events of the objective metrology from the events of achieving effectiveness. This allows us to understand where the ENG service can start with. What is important? It's important that the account in itself, which is given the independent status, this accounting forms a kind of new responsibility, both at the level of operator and at the level of specialists working with information. Because without these responsibilities, it's impossible to have a complete access to the resources of state information system. You can see the service energokabinet.ru. Energo cabinet is written either with C or K. The description of a service implies the announcement of its potential functions. I would like to say a couple of words about the development of technologies of transferring information. Technologies of the Internet of Things, which become available nowadays and become available both for telecommunication companies and production facilities. A year and a half ago, they appeared a standard developed by alliance of the leading IT and telecommunication companies of the world. And this standard allows to form ecosystems on its basis. Nowadays, unfortunately, the specialists of energy companies and network companies are not very competent in the possibilities offered by modern telecommunications and IT. This world is changing rapidly, really, and the technologies become more available. During 1 year and a half, starting from the foundation of this alliance, about 300 of the companies become the members of its alliance and thus having access to its data. The leading companies began producing the devices connected to the LoRaWAN networks. And the number of countries developing their networks as well. 70 stations covered Finland, and any device can send a signal once an hour and find its application, which can serve the user. The level of prices is about 100 per device, and the level of costs for communication has been formed as well. These technologies gradually come to our country. Nowadays, several market participants are developing their networks, and some companies are beginning to develop the first devices which allow to transfer data through these networks, data on pressure, humidity, and temperature, and these data can serve the purposes of effective management of power household. I'm talking about this because this set of functions and the set of gadgets forms the ecosystem which allows to form the industry product. Of course, this is a primary information. Why primary? Because this is a real service implemented in the application, and it takes much time and labor to implement it. The fact that data could be available from every point of the world becomes very effective. What is more important, LoRaWAN networks work in the range of 868 megahertz, and it doesn't require any license. So practically every company can become a telecommunication company for their purposes. Nowadays, a range of products that could be implemented is realized by the specialist who create the equipment and the customers as well. The functions of services are studied and the first prototypes are created. Of course, everything begins with the telemetry, which reflects the measurements necessary for the resource organizations. Let me repeat, these are temperature, pressure, costs, and lots of other parameters that reflect technological events. Nevertheless, these elements that are characterized as the Internet of Things may be understood both from the point of view of the common people and industry. I tried to explain these opportunities to you, and I'm encouraging you to conduct a dialogue about the functions of a product that can appear on the basis of new technologies. Thank you very much for listening to me. If there are any questions, I'm ready to answer them. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Any questions to the speaker from the audience, please? Everything that was just mentioned seems to be far away in the future, but in fact, even today, even now, and even in this country, we take steps to make sure that the Internet of Things and the Internet that accumulates information at a specific level that can be used in the future, these steps are taken even now. The Ministry of Industry and Ministry of Communications have recently suggested an initiative to use multiplexes that you know that the frequencies that are used now for TV broadcasting will be free, and they will be used for interaction between these smart devices that will exchange data with data centers where it can be aggregated and used for specific outputs. The taxation agencies try to make sure that all tally machines or cash machines work online to avoid storage of data in the memory of the device and to rather transfer this data to the server of the taxation agency in order to be able to understand what taxes to expect from a country. These are just the first steps. The GIS utilities, GIS ЖКХ, the database that has just been launched and will be fully used in 2017, is very heterogeneous in terms of its content. That has to do with both the complexity of the system itself and its functioning at the initial stage and the data that will be introduced by the users. But as the technology develops, maybe a year later or 2 years later, the system will be improved and it will not allow to introduce invalid data, even though we understand that there will be some time before data becomes adequate. For decades, the first respondents are able to introduce incorrect data into the state statistics, so we do face a challenge there. The technology will be improved, will be developed, and sooner or later each metering device, irrespective of the supplier or irrespective of the owner, will provide information that will be consolidated and used for taxation purposes and for other purposes as well. Please use the mic. I'm head of the council of the Duma of the local parliament, and I'm head of the civil council for utilities. I'm the person who repaired a residential building. You know me as someone who is responsible for a residential building. I can understand perfectly well how important it is to take account of the data, because only by using metering equipment, I saved almost 4 million rubles, and I will be able to return to the residents almost 200,000 rubles. And you will probably support me that the metering devices that are being installed in homes, I don't understand why when they calculate their lifetime, starting at the moment when they are manufactured rather than when they are installed at my house. And as a result, there are a lot of companies in Ekaterinburg who walk around and offer to replace normally functioning meters, and people pay a huge money for one device. What I want to know is there a system that can control and kind of harmonize the data? Actually, you have two questions. We are first of all talking about the interval between validations. The first validation happens based on the data on the date of manufacturing, because we have law number 102 on the metering devices. This metering units are get invalid very soon, and we have to take that into account. Then there's a problem of isolated metering and account of data. RESC has the Russian agency for energy grids has prepared amendments to the law on energy efficiency and the residential code, and that's why the accounting the metering in each flat has to be owned by the building owners, and that's how we will improve the and optimize metering, and we will better consolidate the data on the metering devices in apartments and in on the building, and these amendments have been prepared now. This is true. Any other questions, colleagues? I have one short question. Will this law or another one remove the gaps, bridge the gaps that allow managing companies not to use the summing up metering devices for the whole building, not to give access to residents to metering devices on the building. There's this problem of non-transparent information, and I classify this issue as that of the lack of information owner. meaning that the owner of the metering device will be the owner of the device, and they automatically think that they own the information on the consumption. And this position, this view, contradicts the interests of the owners, of the apartment owners. I think the laws do have some gaps that demotivate, that discourage both the owners and the management companies, and the residents do not know how their bills are calculated, and there is no mechanism that would kind of route a person to the information that could help people trace the information on their bills, and it's still possible to take standard data, and this is a violation, but this happens. The question on the interaction between the suppliers and the management companies are still ahead. Let's vote, dear colleagues, using the cloud technology that we're talking about. The question is very simple. Are you ready to have your data in a cloud? Please show the question on the screen. The data on consumption in your apartment of the energy. It's so that instead of yourself, someone else will, this data will automatically be transferred from your metering device to be used in the database. The data that is private it will remain private. That's question 2, not 1. There, we cannot start with the second question. And then we move the voting to the end of the session, and please foresee some time for that. We will do that, but a little bit later. Continuing the subject of smart internet and how ICT can help in energy efficiency, I give the floor to Guy Eames, who's co-founder and member of the board of the ecological management. Thank you very much for your invitation. This is a very relevant subject, and the event is very well organized. Today we have heard a lot on how cities in the future will be different from those of today, and how technology can be used. We have heard that 3 million people a week move to cities each week. And we understand that it's very important to use smart technologies and IoT in order to efficiently use all resources that we have. And it's not only about energy, but also about land. That is one of the most important resources. That's about water, human time, and money. Environmentally friendly construction is the topic that we have been promoting in Russia for 6 years, and it's one of the mega trends in the construction industry. It's focused on the best use, on the better use of resources, in order to ensure that people get some more comfortable habitats, and so to say, and to harm our environment less, that we so depend on. Without our environment, just like our Chinese guests might know, humans cannot live. Our cities in the world compete for successful economy, for being attractive, for living in. We have heard that young people are mobile today, and they can choose where they feel more, their life will be more comfortable, and where they will have more opportunities. Smart cities will be a leverage for them to help them choose where they can live and how they can live. Coming back to your questions on question how IoT can help save on resources and make cities more attractive. Any problem before being solved needs to be understood in its essence. Then we need to see the possible outcomes and choose between them. We have heard about energy efficiency a lot during the past 10 years. I think we hear it even in our dreams, and it kind of losing meaning. And another word, and without specific figures, it does become meaningless. The technology allows to build to save up to 90% of energy. And those of you who know about the global trends in the construction industry must know that the European regulations are based on zero energy consumption. For someone in Russia, that sounds absurd. It used to be like that in England 10 or 20 years ago. We were all laughing at how can it happen that a building does not consume energy. Of course, the building does consume energy, but the question is where does this energy come from? We're talking about the zero energy balance throughout the year. The technology is there. The construction technology and the engineering systems exist that ensure such opportunities, such approaches, and the company. So we have heard from Cisco today. We have heard about 5G. We have heard about the ELOS Alliance that helps ensure huge volume of data to be shared. And the problems for us the challenges for us are how we can organize cities and buildings around to make sure that they use at least the 50% less than they use today, and that we get the maximum value from that. Maybe have you heard about Google Watch and the Google goggles, Google Glass? The Google Glass helps your eyes see the world in a totally different way. Environmentally friendly construction offers the solutions that very much resonate with the subject today at Innoprom. And the solution is how we need to model, how we need to simulate the behavior of a building with using the construction science to make sure that the building uses less resources and uses them better. Who is from the construction industry here? Maybe half of you. And who uses mathematical modeling, mathematical simulation of buildings? BIM technology, maybe. Maybe the 1/3 of you. What are your expectations within 5 or 10 years? If we ask this question, how many people will be using these technologies? I think probably everyone. Every single person working in this industry will be using that. We see the global transition to that, and maybe 10, 20 years ago in St. Petersburg said that we had 2,000 subscribers in the mobile network. But today everyone in this room has a mobile phone. And this is coming, the process is underway, and we have to be confident of that. How do we use that simulation in order to address the challenges? We have massive sources of data around. For example, our IES company is the leading company that analyzes efficiency of buildings in the world, performance of buildings. We have a data center where we have 17,000 sources of data, and we can get information every minute. The data from sensors or from other devices. And just imagine how much data we will have if this data is received from all around the city. We are talking about big data here. And the question is, how do these models work? And we can talk about the subject, which is less interesting for a layman, but more interesting for an engineer. We can talk about devices, about smart houses, about construction machinery, and about construction technology and scientific models. An average resident will feel, an average person will find it rather dull. If we talk about the speed of a pump, we will talk about taking account of how much water we need in a room, the level of CO2 in the air, the rate of flow, and the number of people who live in environmentally friendly or green buildings. The people who live in these green buildings don't need to do about that. They should just enter the building and feel fine. I have compared a lot, maybe because there's a lot of light here. It seems like it's too warm for me here, maybe 2 or 3 degrees higher than the optimum temperature. But an ideal green building will have such conditions for humans that will be perfect for them, and will consume the minimum resources. I've been in many buildings that consume about 30 to 50% of energy less than on average, and they are better, they're more comfortable, they're better designed than the average ones. In general, just to sum up, I say that the cities of the future need to use much less resources than they do today for their survival. The technology is there, both the construction technology and the data collection technology and the data analysis technology. In reality, as we heard yesterday on the frequencies that are getting freed and about data collection, this is the reality. There's technology that can analyze the data, and there are systems that can test, that can look at them. For example, MGSU and other partner who will speak about that in more detail will also describe how this works. Help with through analysis that may seem uninteresting to some. We can find a lot of bottlenecks, a lot of minuses that do not cost money if we want to eliminate them. In fact, we see how we can decide how we can solve problems where we just use technologies incorrectly. And if we'll use simulation, we will use we'll choose the right technology for building new towns to adapt the existing ones. My short answer to how we make smart cities for the future to save on resources, we need to use the model. We need to use mathematical simulation to collect and analyze data and implement the solutions. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Guy, from your experience, what are the rates of implementing the technologies in Russia within the next 5 years? 6 years ago, everybody was laughing when we were speaking about green buildings. These days, AZD, the Russian railways, and Sberbank are using these technologies in constructing their buildings. The Gazprom are certifying to BREEAM. There are 100 large-scale projects of this kind in Russia that have already been completed. We hear a lot of collecting data and registering data. Russia is not that fast-paced. Probably it's the lack of resources and laws that prevents that. But you're going the average at the average rate. It's not a joke. But there are a lot of countries behind us as well. So there are a lot of countries where things are still worse. Let's dear colleagues, look. Let's look at the practice. There's one more question. How do you achieve zero consumption in buildings? We use energy in any building which is not just a barn, which is totally passive. When you say zero consumption, it means that energy is collected from renewable sources. These are wind and sun, and this means that the consumption is designed to be minimum. They use daylight. We all sit in the rooms and we have the lights on even when it's light outside. So these grim rooms keep losing heat. Buildings can be designed to consume many times less energy than energy that is used can be taken from renewable sources. Because it's expensive to store this energy, that's a global challenge. We mainly use grid energy, but then it goes back to the grid when more is generated than has been received. That sounds like something alien, something from the space. And people in Europe reacted like this too 10 years ago. But in fact, this is by now a European standard for 2020. By 2020, all large-scale buildings, more than 1,000 meters tall, have to meet these standards. For energy efficiency is the use of renewable energy that exists and that are getting cheaper by the day. Let's look. We still have luminescent lamps, even though the same technological solution can use LEDs. We can replace one lamp with another, and we will save. It will be expensive at the start, but these will be covered through savings. Do you pre-design zero consumption buildings from scratch or greenfield, or are you able to renovate the building to become zero consumption? Any building can be built with a zero consumption, even in the Arctic Circle. Even if you use the right heat insulation and if you use the right technology. Speaking of guarantees, the models that the simulation helps model the work, the behavior of the building, the performance of the building with the tolerance of 5%. And if the building is used with the different functions, or like the office for 100 people will house 1,000 people instead, then we'll get out of these limitations. You have not answered the first question that the woman has asked, but have you reconstructed the buildings using this technology? And then where can we see cases? Practically all buildings that are constructed today use modeling, use simulation. The Olympic facilities, all big architectural and engineering companies use simulation. This is a standard technology globally. Unfortunately, not everyone knows that in Russia. There are several buildings in Russia. Unfortunately, there's a problem to operate them because the heat pump works if it is maintained correctly. And the passive houses or there is no zero consumption building, but the energy efficient buildings will work sustainably for some time, and then the parameters deteriorate. And please enter the RUGBC website. We have a list of this building. We have a reference book. Evgeny Tesla, Vice Chair of the Committee for Energy Efficiency and Sustainable Development of the Russian Guild of Managing Companies and Developers, Vice CEO at GC Technical Bureau. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's a very interesting discussion that's unfolding now on energy simulation of technologies used and on whether we have zero consumption buildings. We're not talking space technology here. Just as Guy says, mathematical simulation is widely used, and it's important that as professionals in energy efficiency, we have to be transparent to investors, developers, and buyers. We can talk about zero consumption buildings, but the question is why we need to do that. And this question is should be answered in a dialogue with the owner, with the principal. We need to use the different technology and the different tools, including heat pumps and higher heat resistance and translucent structures and frameworks, and we need to think about many things through investments and feasibility studies. I will sum up information. I will give you a summary of the investors who use energy-efficient technology in on their sites. And energy efficiency is a very broad concept, and it includes greener buildings and better internal environment, and overreaching approach that includes possible certification, international recognition to international systems. That's the LEED, that's the BREEAM, or the Russian Green Zoom system. In response to the questions who needs that and who uses that and the experience, today we are implementing these state programs or the state instructions, including decree by Presidential Decree 889 on energy efficiency by 2020 to be raised by 40%. We need to implement this decree and to increase in energy efficiency, and the decree says that the buildings for the Olympics in 2014 are all energy efficient, and they were BREEAM certified. There are facilities in Skolkovo that are in the pipeline, and they use LEED as the technology policy. Even though these are systems that were first introduced about 7 or 8 years ago, but they remain something new for us. But still, there are examples that help us adapt them to our rates, to our conditions, and you can doubt that. But a heat pump, in terms of use in the in a classical business center, will not be efficient because it uses electrical energy, which is the most expensive resource. It so happened in Russia that we are rich in gas, and that's why building a gas boiler plant will be more efficient in a standard case than using a heat pump. I agree that if there's free heat, or if there's redundant energy, you can try using a heat pump and look at how efficiently it can be used. As for the commercial purposes, investors who build commercial want to use these buildings and to decrease maintenance costs, and there are solutions that raise energy efficiency at the time of developer design and engineering, and reduce in the investment component by reducing capacities reducing capacities of the equipment. My 10 years experience shows that people still are very cautious, and they think it's still too expensive, and we need to see every time if the flat owner needs that, if the flat owner wants those technologies. There are the CEOs who say even without energy efficiency, everything will be bought, I will sell everything, but still competition exists, and projects always compete with each other, and developers need to stand out, and energy efficiency is a tool that can be used to think of how we can build a quality building. No one is urging you to turn off the lights and to be energy efficient. It's an adequate tool to increase energy efficiency. From the experience of the Committee on Energy Efficiency for the Guild of Managing Companies and Developers, we use 5 tools, 5 approaches when building a green energy efficient building. The engineering vision happens at the design stage, where we see a master plan and the architectural concept. We need to see what energy efficient solutions we can use in the framework, and we can then show the energy efficiency using mathematical modeling, and to assess the maintenance, the life cycle costs for the building, and then we can see the payoff period and the return on investment. That's a very important question that the investors ask. The investors can very often be very ambitious. They want to get a platinum certificate to LEED or to Green Zoom, but the ultimate question will always be the payoff. The next tool is mathematical modeling, and mathematical modeling in order to determine the payoff period and the operating costs. We also have mathematical simulation via simulation of the microclimate. That's a tool for using energy efficient solutions, but it's mainly used for validation of the internal environment quality that is mainly created by the communications by the utilities in the building. And that's the moisture and other fields. In the industrial architecture, it can be an ice arena where a standard design does not always help to see how utility systems will be working, and mathematical simulation helps them. At the stage of engineering concept or the design, we sum up by showing the customer the energy efficiency parameters for the investors to understand which parameters they want to achieve, irrespective of whether or not it will be certified at all. And in any case, we will need to have a quality document. There's a missing tool that's an analog of our technical examination, that's monitoring of technical solutions that were prepared in the terms of reference and in the engineering concept. When looking at energy efficiency, we partner with investors and developers, and there are sites where we can see how solutions work, and by adapting the international experience, we have prepared this practical book. That's probably the only tool to increase energy efficiency of buildings for residential, commercial, industrial purposes. We want to be transparent, and we'll look at any suggestions, any proposals. Green Zoom has been in Russia for about a year and a half. We have certified 21 sites, 21 units of property, and if we compare that to international standards, if we mean in LEED or BREEAM, we speak about energy efficiency. And this book says which technologies and which type of which technologies we can use and where we can use them. And On the screen, what you see on the screen is the President Business Center that was certified to Green Zoom some time ago and got the gold certificate. That's a good case in Ekaterinburg for building energy-efficient buildings. You can look at the solutions in this building in the Green Zoom book. You can talk to the management company and you can visit that building. Many thanks for your attention.
Evgeny, thank you very much. Where can we take the book? Well, anyone who wishes, who will be the first to get it, will get it immediately. After that, you can talk to me. You have a question? Oh, I think it's the third person. Dear colleagues, any questions? Thank you. Actually, the book is available. The first version is quite simple. It's available on the website and you can download it and look at the technologies which are applicable and available. We are open for discussion on technologies. We have recently begun developing green zone technology for the territories, and we are open for any suggestions. The task for the issue of technologies is one of the most important in the public and housing sector, and everyone can look how the technologies can be used for the activities. Evgeny, can you tell? I'm a representative of a managing company. How can the issue of energy efficiency is used at the housing facilities nowadays? And the interpreters cannot hear the question because the mic is off. The question is good and interesting, and I know the answer to it. It's very lengthy, for 45 minutes maybe. I will try to be brief. First of all, what a developer applies in the residential houses to increase energy efficiency? There are three solutions: fencing structures, transparent structures, and thermostatic valves. These are three solutions used in basic construction. We won't discuss it as solutions which have some investment return turn. The thermostatic valves are the solutions that can justify themselves for a year or a year and a half. As for some innovative energy efficiency solutions and the solutions that distinguish the energy efficient house from non-energy efficient one, this is ventilation with recuperation. This solution allows to save about 40% of operating costs in terms of heating component, and the term for investment return on this depends on the area of facilities and is about 5 or 7 years. You can use a solution and do business with managing company. The developer's task is to design the solution to show its energy efficiency to the buyer of the flat, and there are a number of huge advantages given by this solution. We obtain a certain climate of an eternal spring in our flat without opening the window. Explaining the technology to the customer, we offer them to implement it. If the customer chooses to implement it, then the managing company helps him in it. If the customer refuses this solution, it means that the customer will live without such kind of ventilation system, but the developer has such a technical possibility, and the technical solutions of such kind exist in St. Petersburg, and they are done by Banal company at the Swedish Crown Object. About 40% of residents implement this solution. About 30, I think. Thank you. Dear colleagues, one more question. One of the mechanisms to reduce the consumption in the budget sphere, in the public and housing complex, and in the industry is energy management. It's quite exotic thing for Russia, but nevertheless, it is beginning to be implemented, and we have here from the expert from the UNIDO company, Ismail Petrov. Hello, dear colleagues. I am a representative of the UNIDO Center in the Russian Federation. UNIDO is the United Nations Organization on the Industrial Development. It initiated the development of standards of energy management system and developed the methodology for implementing energy management system for industrial enterprises and launched it successfully. It was implemented in more than 30 countries of the world. The energy management system is widespread, especially in the developed countries. In the Russian Federation, we have implemented several projects so far and implemented them at the industrial enterprises in different regions of the country. I would like to mention that this forum is devoted mainly to technologies and innovations. It is connected with the technologies of the future. And it's very topical for us because energy efficiency technologies are part of the energy management system. I would like to note that UNIDO's approach to implementation of such technologies is the following. Any company basically needs to organize the analysis of the energy efficiency. Then the possibilities to save energy have to be really revealed and with low cost and effective. And only after that we can implement technically complex and cost-intensive events. This is our ideology, and this is on what our methodology is based upon. Any company, despite of this form of property or in the presence of measuring devices, can begin to implement the energy management system and analyze its energy consumption and energy efficiency, revealing its opportunities for saving energy. Nowadays, we in Russia implement 4 projects in the sphere of energy efficiency of the cities. These are such cities as Astrakhan, Набережные Челны, and some cities in Tatarstan. Energy management system for cities has its own peculiarities, depending on what companies implement this energy management system within the cities. There are municipal companies, and for such companies we implement this system directly. Thus, the objective to increase energy efficiency of municipal companies is connected with the reduction of financial expenses. The next group of companies is residential houses. We work with residential houses through managing companies, and we have a very positive example of implementing the energy management system in Набережные Челны. There, the managing company, which manages 320 houses, has effectively implemented and used the energy management system developing analysis models for energy efficiency for each house, and arranged arranged the work not only within the company to increase the energy efficiency, but tries to encourage the residents to do it as well. For the last 4 months, they achieved the reduction of energy consumption by 10%, 7 to 10%. And as you can see, there are no direct advantages for the managing company in that respect. But nevertheless, if we speak about the whole city, they achieved the collection of pay for energy resources. The positive experience is here, and they are very inspired by their success, and they think that energy management system is useful for the managing company. The third group is our traditional industrial enterprises. The problem with them is that they, as private companies, they have the right to make their own decisions on implementing the energy management system. For those who choose to implement this system, we include them into the energy management system of the city, and they function as a part of it in the future. That's all I wanted to say in brief. If you have any questions, you're welcome. Thank you. By the way, we had a very hot discussion on the possibility of including the energy into the energy service contract, the section of energy management, as an independent block, but the decision hasn't been reached yet because there are different possibilities. I'm talking about recommended samples submitted and presented at the website of Ministry of Energy. You will know the information. Please, any questions? I'm a representative of a managing company. I don't know what energy management is, but as 320 houses managed to save money, it means they had conducted some work. What work had they done? What did they do? And where can I get the information about that? Because the pieces of information you tell us, it's necessary to give these pieces to everybody, and I think it's better to be spread it over all Russia, because people sometimes do not know what to do. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, what's the source of information? Now we, together with Analytical Center, try to invent how to get this access to this information. You see, to implement the energy management system, you don't need any additional measuring devices or special knowledge, technical knowledge. You already have everything to implement it. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. And before the vote, I have announced, let us see what barriers we have in the sphere of energy efficiency from the national and institutional point of view. Dmitry Serebrякov, Executive Director of the Union of Energy Efficiency and partner of this event.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. When we speak about upgrading the utilities and the residential buildings through increasing their energy efficiency, as head of the largest organization that tests the results, reviews the results of energy service before sending them to the Ministry of Energy and putting them in the state information system, I understand that energy efficiency process cannot be built on trust. They should be built on objective data. first of all. And how do we get this objective data? Is through metering devices, through energy surveys. It can be done through competently calculated financial and mathematical model of the energy service contract for the investor. And the tools that we're talking about today will certainly be popular, will certainly be sought after. 2 weeks ago, when I published the announcement for today's event, as one of the co-organizers, I had a lot of comments that you have to put your feedback to the ground. No LoRaWAN, no industrial internet, no green technology. That's all impossible. What are you talking about? I do agree that in the utilities and the residential housing sphere, we have a lot of problems due to the aging equipment, due to the size of the country, and due to the increased attention to the equipment needed in the winter. But if we keep just covering the gaps all the time, we have no money and no strength to focus on the overreaching projects for increasing energy efficiency of towns. But why are we keeping that approach? Let's discuss. I've seen 2 energy efficiency laws developed and adopted in this country. I've seen a lot of programs developed. I've seen billions of rubles spent. But no program was ever finalized, no program was ever completed. We shall have to ask ourselves the question, why they don't work. We can agree with Mr. Kudrin, who says that no matter how much money you give, everything will be stolen. Maybe that's why these programs have not been fully implemented. But I still think that the first reason is that energy efficiency is the sphere where market mechanisms, the market environment has not yet been created and does not work. And that will be transparent for everyone, and first of all for the citizen, the country. People have to understand that if you are energy efficient, you pay less for utilities. For the management company, it's a competitive advantage. If people pay less in the buildings that I manage, 25–30% less is paid by people in the academia district in Ekaterinburg, for example. I will agree that such a management company will be voted for. For the business, it will be very good. For producers of energy efficient equipment, for energy auditors, for energy service companies, we see that this is a profitable business for financial institutes. Today, the backbone banks like the Sberbank has 2 energy service companies, Gazprom Bank, Energy Effect. The Russian capital starts working in the market. V2B factoring gives loans to energy service organizations. And if the population sees benefits and if business sees that they can make money on that, then energy efficiency will start in itself and energy saving will start in itself. And the technologies that we're discussing now, they seem to be something far away, but they will start working. But because 25 years ago, when mobile communication only appeared and only first came to Russia, I couldn't imagine that any old lady will be able to use a mobile phone 25 years later. The same is happening in energy saving. I'm perfectly confident that we have not been able to set up a market mechanism. We have not been able to find business cases here. Then it means that we are doing something wrong. We can remember young reformers of the early 1990s that kept saying that we are doing right reforms, but with the wrong people. But I will not agree. Any business is built on transparent and clear economic models. But in my country, the basis for these models, the principle behind these models is how the state will behave. And in terms of energy efficiency, we still have a huge number of questions that the state has not still answered. Just 2 cases from me. There are multiple ones, actually, but this one the first one is for the consumers. Transparency of calculations, transparency of billing. We have been installing the metering devices at the cost of our residents, but we are calculating using the the figures from the last year or through standard figures, and we recalculate once a year. 307, that's the number of decree. And people will not want to save if they are not, if they cannot see the savings. If everything is based on the data from the past year, we will never force anyone to save energy if we act like this. I think this standard will be cancelled on the 1st July. No, it will not be cancelled. Yet again, everything will be decided by territories, and they can use either 1/12 or 1/7 of actual use. And will investors be interested to invest, who are ready to invest 100 and 150 million rubles? They will never go there. That's a big error. The principle should be if people have an installed metering devices, they have to pay based on the actual figures. The more they save, the less they pay. That's a normal principle that is used around the world. And the industrial technology, the industrial internet technologies will be applied there. If we look at Sberbank, we will see this Hub database will see how much we pay, and but how does we have to ask ourselves the question: how does this data get into the data bank? We need to integrate. There are a lot of steps between the metering device and the data bank. We need to have a direct communication between the signal and the payment system. In order for the system to show how much a person will pay for each cubic meter. That's in the payment system. There is information that we're going to pay than 3,000 rubles. Transparency it's all about transparency. Without transparency, we'll have no energy saving. And more globally, this. In the heating, we have in the heating systems we have a conflict between suppliers, between producers and generators and the grids. Mr. Shashkov has left us, but he knows about that because they have different interests. All losses above the standard, above the upper limit, are paid by the citizens. But they do pay for these losses, but they cannot affect energy efficiency of these companies. If we implement industrial internet technologies for the companies that build their business processes on losses, how efficient will we be? We will probably be sitting in the armored vests here next time. I will be, before closing my presentation, I say that technologies will develop, business will develop, but the role of the state in building the market environment cannot be overestimated. Thank you. Dear colleagues, now the voting now, please send me text messages to number 3443. What's the main barrier for the development of infrastructure in Russia? SMS 3443. In the letter, in the text message, you will send IN Innопроm, IN space, and okay, 3443. That's the number you have to send text messages to, and in the message you have to have IN. And the answer to questions. Number one, the drawbacks in the law. 511 IN 511. That's financial limitations. 512, and the lack of desire to change anything. That's our passive approach and the approach of the authorities and others. 511 laws. 512 is money. 513 our passive attitude. And any questions while we are voting? The payment on 354 on Decree 354, we are not discussing that. The decision has been taken. That's how that's life, and unfortunately, life is not fair. Any questions from the audience, please? Because there are no more questions. The asker is not using the microphone. I cannot hear the question. In fact, there is a third reason that you have mentioned informally. What do we do about that? It's interesting to hear about money or gigacalories. In fact, the flat owners don't care because people do not pay for gigacalories. They pay for something else. They pay for the fact that the management, what about how do we ensure enforcement of the laws? What tools do management companies need in order to control the conditions rather than gigacalories? We'll understand that the population has very low awareness of energy matters. Unfortunately, that's how it is. Let's ask residents of an apartment building what a gigacalorie is. Everything should be expressed in rubles. I'm speaking about transferring these parameters in rubles. I cannot hear the asker because the asker is not using the microphone. Dmitry, you were very right to say that there is no partnership between the state and energy services today. But the state is first of all made up of people, and people pays for all extra losses, for all excessive losses. But you said that partnerships with businesses are possible. But how do average people from houses or from buildings interact and partner with your organizations in order to accelerate working on these issues? I had to join the United Russia Party in order to have people come to me. No one consults today. We do have paid training courses in one of the universities, but we have opened an office where we consult people. The results of the voting are on the screen. They are quite objective, and then now Artyom Sidov, the big three, head of the board of directors, vice head of the Council for Energy Efficiency, and the Minister of Labor of Russia. And you can look at the second question. The principle is the same.
Good afternoon, colleagues. While I was listening, we had a discussion. We have had a discussion for the whole day about the energy efficiency and smart cities. We do not discuss accounting. I will talk about several necessary things. Accounting is absolutely necessary, but we all understand the issues connected with this accounting. By the way, let us look at ourselves and at the situation with individual metering devices. We blame managing companies for being bad resource holders, resource suppliers. But you see, sales of magnets has increased 100 times. Let us begin the measurement ourselves. The measurement of resources consumed by flats or houses. Let us really account this according to the law. which has become into force in 2007, are the managing companies always those who are to blame? They keep the house, they maintain the house we live in. Next, I don't understand how the construction had gone without all these mentioned things. Last discussion we mentioned that Ministry of Construction of the Russian Federation now has working groups on implementing BIM. There are several roadmaps to be implemented. Can you please raise your hands who participated in the meeting of the Council of House on some solution you wanted to do in your house? I want to see the percentage. And who knows that the Council of the House exists? And how often do you gather together? Let us be honest. We are still illiterate in this. We are asking who will pay for the energy efficiency. Okay, service company. The company insists on holding a general meeting of the house, but the meeting doesn't take place and nobody does anything. So these are such issues. Of course, we have money, but we only have the reason of lack of money, just 3% of those who voted. I would like to mention one more important fact. We are talking about energy efficiency. It is more complex thing connected with human management and more other complex issues. When we are talking about energy efficiency, we are not talking only installing windows and whatever. Please raise your hands who has the in ventilation in the house. Only one person. Okay. We isolate the facades, so we install the windows, and then we should invent where to take the money, whether to take this money from the investor, because the issue is that without any objective measurement of energy sources, all these things are useless. The first fact is you should measure and you should think about the current situation. If you don't have any measuring devices, then how can you save? You cannot do anything about this. From the point of view of certification, it's a good thing. I often hear, I want to get platinum status. No one says I want to lower energy consumption by from 180 to 40. I understand that offices pay rent, and nobody, or very few people understands what does platinum status mean, what platinum status means, and the objective things are missed by almost everybody. I thought that it would be interesting to talk about the new industry of waste management. Unfortunately, we are running out of time about that. I would like also to mention the fact that we are lagging behind the Western countries in some factors. In Moscow, we have the project of the government of Moscow, according to which all the state institutions will be equipped with the measuring devices due to the city budget, and there will be a single measurement system which will gather data from all measuring devices. The customer on this project was the single calculation center of Moscow, and I don't know any other cities where this project is launched. This is a very complex project and it needs much discussion. We are talking about energy efficiency, and we need to consider this issue in all integrity. We shouldn't talk that something is lacking. We shouldn't talk what number of the legislation are. Please, we should discuss, we should consider everything and discuss everything. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Any questions? Please, brief questions, brief answers. We are running out of time. Please don't use the mic. Oh, my question is connected with the law. The Federation, we do not discuss any political decisions. We will discuss it personally. Any discussion, any answer, questions for colleagues? How should we implement energy efficiency? The speaker is not using the microphone. This system pays. The city pays, and the city wants to understand what is happening here. How do you want to return investments of the city? The city is interested in arranging everything in order. That's why I'm talking that very few people are ready for this. Of course, the basic effect will be another. Вячеslav Gennadievich, Magnitogorsk. I have two short questions. One question is, Artyom and Dmitry have just told that state works, operates, and we need energy efficiency, and there are people who want it. I have provided Magnitogorsk with the energy regulation system, and as far as my house is concerned, where there are only 20 apartments, I made them to gain 50% subsidies from the state for the heating. How long should the state give subsidies and subsidize the pensioners? Well, I understand. For a very long time, you have seen the results. And the second issue, maybe it's quite an emotional assessment. I remember that 15 years ago, the evidence was that the factors were faked. The factors for air exchange were faked, and this is a kind of economic crime inside the state. I have the question: how long the budget money will be spent for strengthening the buildings? I'm answering. The standards are being reconsidered. It's not a quick process, but it has been launched, and it will come somewhere. Dear colleagues, and we have run out of time. We are late, 10 minutes. Let us take a break before another event. Evgeny Gennadievich, can you please comment on everything? I didn't want to ask, and I didn't want to say actually, well, according to the questions. You asked how many buildings were built. 56 buildings were built by the Public and Housing Foundation. It's very expensive. They're different with heat pumps, with biomass fuel, with all these things. The state spent money on that. We wanted to draw that as an example, but we failed. Yeah, of course, this is an example of our work. And the same opinion was told here already. It's not zero efficiency. It's not zero efficiency. It can't be zero efficiency in Norilsk. We are not talking about Krasnodar and Sochi. Heat pumps may be installed in every town, and you may find it in any provincial town. In Uripinsk, heat pump is installed and is operating. The examples are numerous. The specialists from public and housing sector and business just don't have time to collect all the statistical data and describe the example. There are not enough people for every house. I agree with Artyom that Moscow is changing the system, but Moscow has already had these metering devices. They will be now renewed, and the program was made 8 years ago. The gas costs in the program were not supposed to increase, but okay, Gazprom company reported that the gas consumption in Moscow reduced by 16%. The Moscow city, has the Moscow city stopped? Have you been to Moscow? No. Has the Moscow city stopped? No, it is growing and increasing. These are some reserves that worked. They might not work properly, but still there are not enough people for every house. Smart systems of management are good. Galina Ivanovna here wants to count every ruble, but faced problems. That's very good of you, but is there a real saving? Yes, there is. Skolkovo Foundation has also smart people. They asked what they should do about renewable energy sources. We advised them to install generation for 24 megawatts for heat, power energy, and cold. Renova company is very rich, and they agreed to install it, but the boiler plants are not good, and the electricity and the heat supply is not good. As well, there are interruptions with electricity and heat supply. The main thing is that people do not want to do it. So there are not enough people for every house. And then the situation should be really corrected. And all these steps are working and moving. And we have stocks to solve the situation. We can try our best to install measuring devices in many flats, as it is done in Akademический neighborhood in Ekaterinburg. We try to gather the data, we process this data, and we are moving forward. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I think that the roundtable discussion showed that there is a movement, and we are moving. The question is in tempo, in results, but the process is going, and is going to be finished somewhere. These discussions are useful for both of us, for all of us, and we would like to hope that the situation will improve and differ from those that we have today. And the issue of energy efficiency, intelligent internet, smart internet, and measuring devices will make our life more comfortable. One more second, please. About the questionnaire. Those who were given the questionnaire, please fill them in. Please fill them in. Spare your minute, spend a couple of your minutes and fill in the questionnaire. One more announcement. Anyone who is interested in energy efficiency technology can go to bank BANK ZHKH to .ru, and you can visit this website and see about the information technology, energy efficient technology. Thank you for everybody.
Я вам прямо в скайпе покажу. У нас уже исследование 20 делали глобальную систему счетовых статей. У нас мы я вам дам. Вот, но есть первая версия такая простая. Здесь лучше, конечно, поработать с конкретным проектом и готовы предлагать. Если сейчас с вами можно иногда просто написать, если что, да я как бы просто вот раз, я работаю в среде несколько продаж, несколько моих проектов. Хорошо, так интересно. На почту вам напишу. Да, обязательно. Спасибо большое. Чтобы я мог сравнить с вашими, скажем, критериями и свои ошибки. В таком режиме для наших простых что 0,2 калорий 265 закон, а у меня 80% знаю, города, все оказались в своем учете, не знаю, что делать. А там другому элеватор. Я издал способ чуть ли не на самом деле. Вы зачем вырубаете элеватор на абсолютно регулирующий поставить? С унитаза не надо в космос кидать. Ну вот, настрой сначала на поэтапный предельный разбор, посмотрел, за 2 года сэкономил деньги, дальше ставь золотой клапан, что-то. Оно все есть вот такой вот поэтапный подход, если мы могли с вами так обсудить.
to our section. It's clear that the previous section of energy efficiency has evoked a great deal of interest because it's the main topic for the current season. Here we have a more complex topic. That is why there is fewer people who are understanding this topic. I'm a representative of the Managing Guild of Developers on Svilovska Oblast. Our section is entitled Mechanism of Developing Industrial Assets in Practice. You see our speakers. I think I will introduce them as the presentation goes. First of all, I would like to explain what is the section for and what the logic of it is. First, I would like to welcome everybody and thank the colleagues from Rosengineering who are the partners of this event. Thank you for having made this movement, very important movement. A few words, first of all, a few words about the business program of Innопроm in general, because we need to know very well what is happening at this big event. First of all, you see that the fair is very huge and a lot of issues are being discussed at it. You see what progress this fair has made, and many thanks to the Formica Group, which makes this main industrial site of the country. The fair is developing and the business program is very diverse and very good. That's quite natural, and I think the main thing about the business program is that as the fair is technological, the main issues to be discussed are technological and the issues of digitalization of everything. It's a very good thing, but the technologies are just tools. And it's very important to understand that set limits where and for what purposes, in what effective environment these technologies could be implemented. This is the first preliminary remark, and as the forum where we meet is entitled Metropolitan Technologies, we should understand the conditions in which the cities live today, or the cities which consume this technology but face some challenges while consuming it. As far as the conditions, we should understand that the majority of cities have a very limited budget. In these conditions and in the conditions of the distributions of money, there is a tough deficit of money money for developing cities and applying technologies which we are talking about.
Then there is not always the understanding of who will invest and on what the sources of funding will be. There will be investing, there will be development of industrial assets, and because it's we somehow are used to think that the state is only adds 1 ruble, and private investors have to add 3 more, or better still 5 rubles. And that's and we can see the reflection of this fact in the composition of the panel today. Many cities also do not have real strategies for spatial planning, for spatial development, and for generating sources of income for the future. We keep talking about life and about comfortable life and about comfortable environment, but where do we get the income for that, especially given the deficient budgets? That's another question. Who is responsible? Who is the stakeholder for the development? We normally say that it's the citizens that are the stakeholders, and this is of course good. But we need to know the specific stakeholders who implement projects and who take decisions. And a couple of words on industrial assets. There are several versions here. First of all, there's a popular word, redevelopment. The concept is very simple. If a factory is dead, we build in its place, and we build residential property, and the more expensive, the better. Today, everybody understands that this is too simple and this is not smart. Everybody understands that today that industrial assets are the basis for development of regions, because all these dreams of post-industrial economy and about innovations that are somewhere in the air that will be made by the resources of some startups that will be the world leaders. We have to abandon this theory and this thinking. We are, everybody understands that we are for a new industrialization, and there are no alternatives for that. We're starting the Great Ekaterinburg project here, and as we were analyzing, we found out that in the region with a population of 4.5 million, and the areas around it are made up about 22 million people. Well, in this area, and for this area, when we looked at the goods, the consumption of various goods, there are about 4% of goods that are produced in this region. And first of all, this means that there's a very demand that of people who can pay, and does it mean that everything has to be imported? Everybody understands that, considering that industrial assets mean jobs and income, then it means land resources, and this is a very important attribute, another very important attribute, because industrial assets can be developed in different ways. And if we are to speak about central locations of towns, and that cities cannot get too big, excessively big, and actually the cities cannot be built as huge megapolises on this space of millions of square meters. It's impossible to do that any longer. Everybody understands that there has to be a stop put to that, and there is land. There are land resources in the towns at the same time. There's a lot of private housing on the outskirts, but it's very hard to fight for this property. And the second potential resource is the areas that are occupied by industrial companies, and we have to use this resource, but without getting rid of the income, but without abandoning the thoughts of the income. Then we need to think about the structure of our session and the logic that we want to use to talk. The Guild of Management Companies and Development Companies has defined the following agenda for the next 5 years. First of all, it's urban development strategy and renewal of the investment process. Secondly, first of all, in outside of Moscow. And we can understand that as part of this vision, we need to develop cities. We need to use the industrial assets, and the investors who wants to use them will be the main driver for this development. And we do not. And maybe these people are those on whose shoulders cities will develop, on whose shoulders we all will stand when cities as cities develop. There are satellite cities, satellite towns that used to be single taxpayer towns, where they have the core industries, the core businesses. We'll be talking about successful ones, and new life of industrial property is made up of techno parks and industrial parks, and they have to change the structure of economy and become new incentives, and give a new impetus to the development. And there are also matters of technology, such as how do we develop new industrial assets? How do we redevelop if redevelopment is needed? And which resources and whose resources do we need to use, including financial resources? We have two companies here who lead the way in the project engineering. These are Spectrum and Ross Engineering companies. We have two of our two largest Russian holding companies. That's the Ural Mining and Metallurgical Company and the Chelyabinsk Piping Plant and the Pervouralsk new piping, Novotrubny new piping plant as one of their daughter companies. This is the first kind of cluster or group of our speakers, and Ayrat Gizaltulin is kind of part of this group who will tell us about technoparks in Tatarstan, about the greenfield and brownfield that we're talking about, and the new life of industrial assets that have practically disappeared or are built from scratch. And we have the vice president of the Russian Guild of the Management Companies and Developers, Andrei Stepanenko. This is the main forum for sale of industrial assets in Russia today. He is always abreast of all the developments of the so-called with the so-called acid assets that emerged after the old companies were closed. And he has extensive information, and he can show lots of cases. That's who our panelists are today, and we would like to hear from them on the new life of these industrial assets, and to look at specific cases with some smaller towns and regional cities based on the examples from the large holding companies that work in both types of territories, and the technology matters that have to do with implementing these projects. And I want to start with Olga Grachova, who's the development director at Spectrum company. Olga, we will be showing the PowerPoints. And good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm Olga Grachova, and I work for the group of companies Spectrum. We are a Russian engineering company, full cycle engineering company, and very often we see cases where we have to design to redevelop industrial assets. We work at orders from developers, and mainly their private sector investments. I'm happy to tell you about our practical experience, and I will share my own experience. And this is always very easy, the more so that because all the cases here are success stories, are positive cases that have been completed or are in the pipeline. Technical remarks. First of all, I want to define some terms, because we have to understand what we mean by redeveloping industrial sites. I would say that redevelopment should be viewed as developing an area that used to be was previously used as industry and as an industrial company, both with or without change of functions. When do we need redevelopment? If we look at cities, in the 20th century, our cities have been through very complex and very complicated development scenario. Moscow has grown through 4 or 5-fold. The third ring of Moscow used to be an industrial area in the early 20th century. Today, as the city is growing and growing dramatically, just like any city in Russia, these factories are part of the city. And there's a huge number of areas that can be redeveloped. And we can even make an analysis of when an area site can be chosen for redevelopment. This happens where the city kind of flows around its limits, when there are transportation problems caused by this site for Moscow. Moscow is facing traffic problems even without these factors. When you need to transport products, this becomes a challenge that cannot be overcome. Or it also happens when the site is so old, is so obsolete that the aging is more than 30%. They cannot be used for installing any modern technology. The wear of engineering infrastructure is very high. In Moscow, about 16% of areas of sites will be redeveloped. Up to 25% of the embankment of the Moscow River, which is very attractive in commercial terms, because everybody wants to live by the water. Everybody wants to see water rather than concrete and cement around. But the question is, who will build that? Who will restructure and redevelop that? The St. Petersburg is facing the same problem. I don't know, in Ekaterinburg, up to 30% of the city can probably be redeveloped. But maybe that's the data. But maybe the data is overestimated here. My idea is that there are only three ways to three possible scenarios for redevelopment, and the easiest question is to move a factory that is not needed anymore, to clean the area and to build from scratch, to build residential property or retail property. And that's the easiest way out, and most developers are eager to use that. And this is okay, all well, but the city is looking at that differently now, because they argue that if the factory is working, if it creates jobs, it shouldn't be liquidated. We have had very positive cases with building a mega shopping mall built in the external contour in the external perimeter of the third traffic ring. The traffic is very high, and the shopping mall is a night turner, is a head turner. It catches the eye, and it got the federal award as a large-scale trade center. And I would like to mention that we have to follow the timeline that we have agreed on. We can share a lot of cases, and such scenarios have the bottlenecks. Very often there is no town planning documentation. It's very difficult to build transportation roads, and the city is not ready to finance or to change. And the financial model requires a high density of the development, and the developer has to choose between between building more and building more comfortable, in a more comfortable way. We always have to relay the utilities, and that takes up to 10% of the budget. The next option is the one I like best, because we use a very beautiful historic legacy. Some factories are outstandingly beautiful. We moved the Red October factory from the Golden Island, and the pink building at the bottom is the one that we designed in the place of Babaevskaya chocolate factory. The owner has moved the factory to a new site where it has increased its capacity by up to 45%, because the technology was moved to different buildings, and in the old format, and it was accumulated here, and this resulted in the dramatic growth of production. And with the Golden Island, it's not so efficient. The plan was to build an apartment hotel with a huge area across the Kremlin, and the initiative was. There was a position from the municipal authorities, because they probably wanted to use this area in a different way for tourism or for recreation, and that's why the project is now being developed as an arts block with offices and with artistic and creative companies. But there is no residential property there, and they're going to sell that. That's yet another. This is yet another nice case from our practice. The Bolshevik Office Center. They were nominated for Korea Awards as the best office center. And we worked as the design company. The property was built in cooperation with the Western architect, and we had to use a lot of efforts, because the initial design of this project was not, of course, as a Class A office building or any other commercial property. The buildings were, the wear of the buildings was very high, and the red brick at the top are the title buildings, the main buildings that face the Leningradsky Avenue, because this is the face of this project. And we were able to preserve them because they were built before October 1917. And what was built behind them had no load-bearing capacity and could not be saved, but the investor insisted that we preserve them, and this really complicated the design process. The building closest to us is the storage facility for flour and sugar. Now it's the Museum of the Russian Expressionism. The bottlenecks are the same as with the first scenario, but because the wear of the building is very high, we have to decide from the start of what to do, whether we preserve or we tear down. The longer you wait, the more risks you face to lose. We assessed the cost of renovation, and we're thinking which way is the best. And it depends on the type of property. Sometimes you pay extra in order to strengthen the structure, and sometimes you can win if the building can be preserved. The engineering, all the utilities were replaced, all the cabling was replaced, everything was done anew. And I wouldn't say that the project was very profitable for the investors. If the payoff period will be quite long. For all industrial assets, the problem can have to do with the environment. If you are changing the function, you always have to understand what kind of a company, what kind of a factory has been there before. We had a visit from a company CEO that owns a big site in Moscow, close to the third transportation ring, but it used to be a machine building site with extensive leakages of machine oil, because while using this building, while managing this building, nobody was thinking about the future use of the land, and the developers' goal was very good. They wanted to redevelop, and environmental studies showed pollution of the soil of up to 2 meters deep. Therefore, all the land would have to be excavated and removed, and nothing is happening to that land. The third option will be the worthiest. That will be renovation of old industrial facilities and setting up new production facilities, because this is what will keep our economy going. I support Oleg, who mentioned that it's high time. I support Andrei, who said that it's high time to stop liquidating companies, because we need products. The Renova bought part of the Moskvich automotive factory, and they set up a joint venture with the government of Moscow. Later, Renault bought out these buildings, and they are now their full owners. We used to work as the technical principal, because the wear of the buildings and areas was not so high. The costs were, we had to bear minimum costs. Given the amount of technology that was kind of loaded there, because everything was replaced, and in order to install the production lines, we had to rebuild everything. We had to build foundations and structures and pits, and we had to renovate the facades. But on the whole, the structural part and the utilities were used. A very high percentage of that was preserved. The capacity is now 188,000 cars. But we have to know that the automotive industry is facing great difficulties, and it's a big question of whether the Renault cars are needed at all. That's first. And secondly, this is also part of Moscow. This factory has limitations in terms of development, and we cannot expand that further. We can only refurbish it inside. Technopolis Moscow is the neighboring structure, and that's a good example of an industrial park as well. Another application of the use is the one that I classify as number 3, but in fact this can be the beginning of option number 4. This is a factory that is owned by a large-scale international investor in the Moscow region, who bought it in the late 1990s, and it used to be a confectionery factory. They bought the assets and they didn't change the brand, but now they want to double the production capacities. They have no storage facilities. They have very small area for production lines. and they wanted to, they requested to build a storage area and to rebuild the office part because there is no dining hall, there are no offices that are adequate, that meet the current needs. It's quite difficult to be building, and the challenges have to do with the fact that they bought adjoining land plots and tried to change the neighborhood's master plan. But at the time, we could not change anything because they were in the process of changing the laws for the Moscow region. So that stalled the project for a long time. And but now there are some developments. There is some progress, and we have designed 3 stages for the development of these. This industrial asset, that's the office building and the storage and the production line. All of this is made in the BOM software. This helped us a lot. And if you are in development company or if you're an investor, please consider that when developing an industrial property. That only this can help structure this business without moving or without destroying anything. And now that I'm closing my presentation, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much, Olga, for giving us the framework for us to work in and for us to be using industrial assets in. Our colleagues from Spectrum are very competent in this area, and they can be a very good potential partner for such projects. To close the technology part, I want to give the floor to Ilya Timofeyev, Director for Development at Rosengineering Project. His presentation might seem a bit exotic from our perspective because they offer a number of technologies and solutions that can probably not be directly used here and cannot be sought after today. But Innoprom is always a step ahead, and that's why maybe for the future their solutions and ideas can be interesting. Thank you. Ilya, you're welcome. And Olga, please. Well, I will try to be brief. And the general idea from us is that we have started developing the next generation of the standard for green zoom on energy efficiency and the sustainable national standard. And as a company that mostly whose core business is development of sites, want to help with developing a national standards in this area. We will be looking at a case from Russia, but yesterday I was meeting with a customer who complained that we are not talking about them too much.
Oh, and I reconsidered our materials, and now we are going to describe the project as funny but a little bit detached from Russian reality. Many things actually are really detached from realities in Russia because the venue is situated directly in Egypt. This is a country with different climate objectives and issues. This is the industrial zone, which was conceived basically as an industrial park, but as we were considering it, it became clear that the industrial park for 130,000 employees is not a simple thing to build. It should be built nicely and designed nicely. These slides do not show that the Berlin Bureau, another architect headed by Daniel Dender, was the developer of this zone. And let's move on. Generally speaking, the technological scheme of this zone, of the city of the future, is very complex in the technological sense. In the sense of economical design, the city of the future uses its own waste to produce everything that it might produce. This is the example of Stockholm, as far as I remember. The Egyptian zone has developed similar concept of engineering support, and the key issues in Egypt are that there is no electricity, there is no water because this is a desert, and the water should be desalinated, which needs a lot of power, but the power needs to be saved. Of course, we want the life in this zone to be more comfortable, and we would like to be able to get green park in the desert and use water efficiently. To put it simply, we generate light, we desalinate water with this light. This light was generated due to solar panels. And then everything this is launched into recycling of water. I'll be brief in saying that 50% of calculated consumption of the industrial zone will be generated due to the alternative energy sources. This is a very interesting fact, but we think that solar panels in Russia don't work. We consider them to be the things of the future. In the countries where the climate is hot, these panels are not so effective because they become hot very quickly. In Russia, the situation is quite the contrary, and we can calculate the efficiency and effectiveness. What I would like to say more, if we talk about economical energy efficiency, we always talk about some technological solutions of complex and alternative energy industry. Actually, the very early stage implies a very big stock of reserves. We should consider sun, climate, and wind in early forming of the environment. And then the energy efficiency of building will increase many times because this project is successful. It makes sense both at the level of defining structures, because the idea is that the architectural and structural solutions should play a certain role. This thing does not require additional investment into energy or water. The next idea is the next idea Daniel put into the concept is very old. To consider the rules of the wind chart while designing. On the one hand, it's right, but on the other hand, we should allow the wind to blow as it blows, and the wind cools the site, and the dust storms do not harm the city because they are blocked by houses. This is the idea of implementing effective energy planning of the territory, considering natural resources at the stage of planning the concept. I think we will consider these solutions while we will discuss and consider the next steps on developing national standards. Here, no matter how effectively we plant the territory, we need to provide the energy efficiency of the building itself. And I would ask Evgeny to continue. Yes, the second participant of the presentation is Evgeny Tesla. He is the deputy head of Commission on Energy Efficiency and one of the developers of the Green Zone Standard. And he works at the Technical Bureau. Andrei Borisovich, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm continuing the discussion on the energy efficiency. And now I will tell about how we work with facilities, how we implement energy engineering solutions, what tools we apply, and what technologies and solutions allow us to reduce operating cost of the facilities. The peculiarity of presentation is also reflected in my part. We don't talk about the complexity of the project. We are talking about one building, but the ideology and approach is the same. Let me present the project of the facility, of the production facility, which has been already implemented. Its area 21,000 square meters, and it's situated near Moscow. The tools which we used for implementing these facilities, this is mathematical modeling, energy modeling, which allows us to answer the question how the operating cost for the facilities are big at the design stage. And the solutions which we are planning to integrate allow us to answer the question on the investment return. First of all, we are building three-dimensional model of the building. And the model takes into account all climatic peculiarities of designing the objects, its location, the location of the sun during the day, because the sun radiation loads change during the day and during the year. The facilities are within the complex developmental territory, and what you see here, the venue is not surrounded by anything. What has been done at the venue, at the facilities, and the solutions which we managed to apply, you can see these solutions on the slide. There are 8 of them. If we talk about the engineering concept that has been developed, we offered investor about 30 or 35 energy effective solutions. These solutions had quite good investment return term. This is 2 or 4 years, and these solutions are one of the criteria for the investor to be ready to implement these energy effective solutions. And of course, we consider the solutions that might reduce the cost of the facilities themselves, to reduce the heat recovery costs, to reduce the costs of obtaining technical specifications, and so on. Here, the solution was also implemented. The factors of improving the resistance of fencing structures was implemented. The carbon dioxide sensors system were activated, and the result is reflected on the slide. The left chart represents monthly consumption of the facilities before we implemented our solutions. This chart represents standard methodology while constructing a building. The second chart represents the schedule of the energy efficient building being designed, provided the solutions are implemented, and the energy consumption reduced by 25 or 27%. We measure energy consumption in gigacalories, but an investor needs to see them in terms of money. You see that the general energy consumption is about 19.7 million rubles, and if the option is energy efficient, is about 13.8 million rubles. We also consider some energy efficient solutions at the facilities. In the chart, you can see the green part. This is the consumption of systemic technologies which are beyond our control. These are closed technologies as a rule, and in some cases the abundant heat can be used in heat pumps, but this is not the case. We worked only with administrative part where the people live and are. The economic effect we gained from working with these facilities is represented on the slide. You can see two charts, basic option and energy effective option. Here we can see the table of energy consumption. The upper part of the table represents the project option and the basic option. The consumption in terms of kilowatts and in terms of money. What has been done at the facilities and the basic advantages we gained while working with the energy efficient solutions are represented on the slide. And we managed to reduce even the investment cost due to reducing the capacities of heat generating equipment at the object, and the operating costs have been also reduced. The costs also have been also reduced, and we are trying to make a high quality product. Applying the mathematical model at the facility, we managed to create comfortable conditions for the people to work successfully and achieved certain results. The information reason for our presentation together with the Ross Engineering Company is the fact that we have launched the development of Green Zoom for the complex development of the territory, and I presume that at the conference which is going to be held in September this year, we will present the standard on a wider scale. It will be looking like the book which we have now about Green Zoom. Such kind of a book with engineering solutions and technology, I believe, will be in high demand among the specialists in Russia, and we will try to present it at the conference. Our task is also to be clear, because energy efficiency is quite a specific thing, because there are opinions that we have to wait and see if the things will work in Russia. But nevertheless, we have companies, we have participants, and we invite you to participate in the development of these standards. If you have facilities, we are ready to see if there is energy efficiency at them and if you can save. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are finishing our small technological part, which coincides with the topic of the fair. The future is coming more rapidly than we expect, and the technologies which yesterday seemed weird and fantastic are becoming available. I would like also to focus on the fact that we are waiting here the leaders in project engineering, for which we might be of use. I would like now to give the floor to two industrial metallurgical holdings of our country. They are engaged both in ferrous and non-ferrous metallurgy, and they are structures responsible for the cities in which they are working, and the structures which diverse their activity, being included into the transformation of the urban environment. They engaged in redeveloping and reconstruction of their production facilities and the production facilities of their customers. We chose these companies because these companies are those who really construct the environment with a set of functions, including social functions, which are very important for the modern cities. I would like to give the floor to Sergei Pavlov, Investment Director of UGMK Holding. Please share your experience. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I will try to be brief.
Let's move to the ground and talk about simple things that are associated with redevelopment as a term. We could give a lot of theory on that, but on the one hand, it's all much simpler. On the other hand, it's much more difficult. When speaking on Ekaterinburg, the history of Ekaterinburg as the so-called factory fortress that has always developed as an industrial city. I have shown here, I have highlighted the areas occupied by industrial sites today. So there's a lot of work for redevelopers, and when discussing these matters, we face a lot of challenges. Some of them can be addressed, and some of them it's quite difficult to even take up. In theory, the typical situation defines the set of problems, the set of limitations that designers and developers and investors face. First of all, this is compatibility of the offers or proposals with the town planning solutions. Secondly, investors want to get return on their investment because redevelopment or moving or liquidating companies also takes additional costs, is also happening at additional costs, and no one but the investor is ready to carry that burden. That's a difficult financial decision to be taken. This entails different problems with the transportation, with the utilities, and with the framework, and with the fixed assets. But the practical things are as follows. We have several cases where we are doing redevelopment, and we work on all matters from moving a company to another site, if it's part of our company. And secondly, we prepare and develop documentation for future development. This includes economic models and financial modeling, and working with banks and architects and design companies. That is the whole number of issues, the whole range of issues that we have covered today. Why is it us who have taken this up? It's because we have done some estimates, and we thought that the economic efficiency is the highest when the investor as the company as the investor and those who act as the principal when preparing and designing the area work closely together. And building the renovation of industrial sites is also part of the range of issues that we work on. And we have a project called the Northern Ground that is almost completed today, with all the engineering and town planning matters discussed and approved. Next year, we are planning a high-speed tram between Ekaterinburg and Verkhnaya Pyshma, the town where this micro-district or neighborhood is being built. And we will be building actively there. Speaking of why this happened, there used to be a hothouse facility. After that was bought, we decided to build new generation hothouses on another site, and to use all the new solutions there. And that's how we freed the area for a new neighborhood. The area for the development it will be about 700 square meters of residential property with all the required infrastructure, and with all the schools and other public facilities. and public spaces. All the parameters are described here, and we can speak about that later. Another project is the one we have discussed a lot, and this is a project inside the Ekaterinburg, the Ural Cable Factory. This is one of our units that produces cables today. It's in the very center of Ekaterinburg with a lot of transportation routes around. And in fact, this is a very interesting site, a very interesting piece of land. But the problem we faced is very interesting. We had to move the factory outside of Ekaterinburg, and we also needed to keep the capacities, to upgrade the equipment, and to look at the employees and to make sure that the employees can be rebased where they will be where they will keep producing these goods. As redevelopment, we are working on that today, and what we want to build in the area that is being vacated in terms of a residential area in the downtown Ekaterinburg, without having to discuss the architectural side. We know that this is a realistic project, and this draft project was approved. But moving the factory, considering the demand, and is a problematic issue. And we have designed a cabling factory in Verkhnya Pishma, but the economic model is so far not viable. And our goal is to minimize costs on this site and in the new production facility. That's what we are working on right now. That's a project for the nearest future, maybe for the next 3-5 years, but it's difficult to implement. We have another real-life case. We have done everything that we had to do about this project, and we're ready to proceed with its implementation. It's a landmark project. That's a mill that has always been a landmark property on the lake shore of Ekaterinburg. It was built in 1884. And as it developed, it so happened that in 2008, the question was raised to move the mill, the milling factory, the flour preparation factory outside of Ekaterinburg. The transportation problem was very big because the railway track did not go to the railway station any longer. There was huge pollution in the downtown, and there was transportation problem for the flour, for the product, and the production was highly inefficient in terms of technology. We bought the property from the government of the Sverdlovsk region, and we funded the construction of a new factory and outside of Ekaterinburg, and we started this project in 2004. The building has a beautiful history. That's what used to be before we came. In 2014, we started pulling down the key buildings. The problem was that it's parts of densely developed, densely built up territory, and all the destruction works have to be permitted, and there are 2 architectural monuments on this site that need special, very careful attitude. And this is and there are a couple of sites that are owned by the federal government, such as a radioactive shelter. It took us a year to sign all the papers to become its owner, and the problem was even bigger than that with the monuments there. That's what happened last year. there was a lot of it on the media. There were no explosions, but though the media talked about explosions, we had expansion device, and there was a gas stream, and the concrete kind of destroyed itself. We did that. The mill was 30 meters from the building that was being pulled down, so there were a lot of challenges. But today we cleaned the area, and both landmarks are there. We have presented a project for the development. It will include residential property, infrastructure, and multi-level parking spaces and kindergartens. We try to saturate it with all the functions possible that are needed for comfortable residential spaces that will be sold to the middle business class people. And one of the landmarks will be the Center for Children's Art. And as for the second landmark, it can either be a museum or it can be there can be lofts there. There is a demand for them. There aren't so many of them. They have a wonderful view of the lake and special, very thick walls. And we already have some requests for that. It can be integrated in the economic model. We have done the feasibility studies and the estimates. We have completed, finalized negotiations with the Sberbank. Yesterday, we signed an agreement with Sberbank right here at this forum, and next week we will start building. And this is a real-life case that I wanted to tell you about. Redevelopment as such is a very difficult process, and it's a very customized product so far in Russia. There are very few cases of that. We need a reliable partner. Then we need the goodwill from the authorities, because moving the site from the city means creating conditions for industrial development, and that involves additional investments. From international practice, we see beautiful cases from around the world. For example, Vienna, where 30% of buildings were redeveloped, has a few laws, quite a few laws at the state level that gave the green light to the investors. And of course, it was individual, it was on case-by-case basis, cheaper approach or more expensive approach. There was a lot of governmental investment. There's also American experience, where there was extensive redevelopment in the 1950s and 1960s. They adopted state laws where governmental federal laws where future owners would get taxation preferences, tax exemptions. That's why it's very hard to take any decisions without support at the national level. Of course, Moscow and St. Petersburg, I think that's probably Moscow and St. Petersburg stand apart, because the prices for property are slightly different there, and we do face some global challenges. But at least in terms of the cash flow, Moscow and St. Petersburg are more interesting than Yekaterinburg. When we speak about Yekaterinburg being the third most developed city in the country, the project in Yekaterinburg is hard to realize, but hard to implement, but it is viable. But any project in smaller towns needs support, or at least no impediments from the state. Our company is based in 40 regions across Russia. We own many companies. Most of them are the main employer in their towns, and industrial sites of in those cities are just are abandoned and nobody needs them. And I think this is a very relevant subject. We need to share experience, share our practices on these projects. And the main thing is we want, when approving the master plans for the urban development, it would be very good if redevelopment would be included in the strategy for the master plan development, and this would include utilities and transportation and free spaces. And that's where I close my presentation.
Thank you very much, Sergey. I would like to pay attention that the advanced technologies can only be applied only the investors are here, and when the investors understand what they want and can justify the projects, and not only get the money from the manager, get the goodwill from the managers of region and government, but to make this solution inevitable and right one. Thank you, Sergey, because you are such kind of an investor. And one more speech from the UGMK Holding. This is head of department of the Technical University of UGMK. Dmitry, please. He will tell what is generally done at UMMC within their strategy and about the technical university as an element of redesigning industrial assets and investing and the holdings investment into the educational institution of at a large level. Just don't forget about the time. Thank you, Andrei Borisovich. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. In my report, I will continue the topic of redeveloping. I wanted to ask a very unexpected question. Is there enough qualified specialists for implementing redevelopment projects? To answer these questions, we should assess the tendencies of developing industrial assets. The volume of investment program of UMMC exceeds 40 billion rubles a year. The portfolio of the company is quite diverse and includes both classical projects on reconstructing technical staff at the industrial enterprises, and the investment implemented within the strategy and responsibility of the company. A very special place within this program is taken by the construction division, where a number of large projects are implemented. And these projects concern both civil construction and industrial construction. These are Makarovsky Quarter, North Crown, and Ural Kabel plant construction. The number of redevelopment facilities will increase, as we think. The projects of complex development of a territory require a large amount of investment. On the other hand, they require the increase in demand for real estate, and under the conditions of macroeconomic uncertainty, both factors decrease. All this results in the fact that such projects become unattractive in terms of investment. On the other hand, there is a trend to increase the cost of ownership of industrial facilities within the cities. This increase is, first of all, due to the increase in taxes for the real estate objects and the increase in current operating costs and the tightening of requirements, sanitary requirements. All these factors reduce the rentability of industrial enterprises, and we think that the number of free industrial venues will increase, and the number of redevelopment objects, facilities will increase. I would like to notice that the implementation of the given objects, given projects, requires the solution of a number of objectives. My colleagues spoke about them. You can see them on the slide. And solving all the issues requires that the team of the project should have a number of interdisciplinary competencies. One of the factors is the presence of qualified staff capable of solving the objectives of developer. The lack of such staff results in the reduction of quality of the investment program. At the same time, the educational program at the modern universities show that most of them are connected with the profile area of education. Technical universities teach engineering discipline. Economic universities teach management, and other areas of university education suffer. Thus, Technical University of UMMC has developed, together with the Development Directorate, has developed a master program on managing the energy efficiency in capital investment. It is meant for construction department of the industrial enterprises. It combines all the competencies necessary for successful managing of investment projects. Managerial competencies, engineering competencies, construction competencies, and communication competencies. Our master program is of applicable nature, and the master students write their thesis on the basis of a specific task given by the company which sent him for training. And the result of the training is the investment project thoroughly developed. Our educational program allows for the companies to get the engineering services. Thus, the innovative master program of our technical universities provides for the qualified staff for the investment program of the holding, and it becomes an integral part of the investment process on the whole and the redevelopment facilities in particular. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think this is also a very important case because at last we begin to see a systemic approach to the program, not just a set of cases and venues, but a systemic set of actions supported by investments. All this case with the master program and the University of UMMC cost a great deal of money. People can count money, and if they did it, then they might understand completely that they have a market and money to organize this infrastructure, and they can manage these processes very systematically. I would like to give the floor to Alexander Khanin, director on working with the state authorities of Pervouralsk plant, which is included into the Chelyabinsk pipe plant. This is one of the most progressive structures in our industry. Alexander, you can tell better about your participation in the life of the town and redevelopment of premises. Thank you. Good evening, dear colleagues. My colleagues from UMMC have told a good story about the construction engineering. I'm going to tell you about social and political engineering. What has to be changed at first, and what has to be changed in industrial relations. How can we develop cities? I will train your attention. I will speak differently from my PowerPoint. There is a story. What is common between Konstantin Paustovsky's story, The Badger's Nose, and the Gutenberg Galaxy book? They both describe human perception. In some cases, it is through the reading of the text, and in some cases, it's through the senses. When people touch something, or wood, for example. In the same way, the changing of process of thinking process of a specialist takes place. Pervouralsk is a city where pipe industry is developed. Any production facilities, if modernized, this leads. If any production facilities are modernized, then it leads to the reduction of workforce. Thus, the number of staff from the Pervouralsk pipe plant reduced by 5,000. How many inhabitants are there in Pervouralsk? 124,000. Almost 23 of them are engaged in production industry. Nowadays, the tendency continues, and the quantity of numbers of people engaged in production industry reduces. We are now creating a kind of technopark. We take a kind of production and we develop it. The example is the example of the Titanium Valley. The problem with them is classical, the absence of residence. It's impossible to solve this issue without changing the mentality of people living in this or that locality. The idea to wait for someone to change the situation we live in is bad. It needs to be changed. What is to be done in Pervouralsk, which is just 40 kilometers away from Ekaterinburg, then? Pervouralsk is an area where many people live and they go to work in Ekaterinburg every day. 3 parameters need to be changed. First of all, the educational approach needs to be changed. The cultural approach needs to be changed for the person to perceive their own place in life, and to give the person necessary infrastructure to implement these opportunities. The infrastructure implies creating a technological park, but a person should be prepared to go to that park. And how the large industrial holding can participate in this system? It can either organize educational processes or build some cultural educational centers. You know, it's very hard to develop something in people who are over 40 years old, but for young people it's more simple. We have built an educational center in Pervouralsk, which is aimed at forming new staff. These are children without higher education but having a secondary education. It was built on the example of Pervouralsk College and German dual education model, where the education consists of theory and practice. And from the very first year of education, the student uses the equipment which he will use in the future. Thus, the student perceives the world not only in theory, but also can touch and feel everything he works with. Tomorrow we will discuss dual education. You may come and listen to us. But in fact, we have the replacement of around 100 people at our production facilities. It's quite natural for us to replace 500 people at the production facilities, and we hire around 100 students of our educational center. These are people with new approaches to production and labor. And what happens? For these 5 years, we made a huge progress in terms of innovation and implementation into the production processes. When young workers implement something new that changes their working process and their relations to work, this is called a new standard in education, and we are moving along this track, investing our money to it, and planning to implement our example in Russia. Oh, yeah, we can do it. In Sverdlovska Oblast, dual education is implemented and localized. This is theory and production practice. Nowadays, these four venues have been built in Sverdlovska Oblast, where the students of technical colleges or technicums engaged in production practice. These are new standards of education, and if it is implemented in Russia, then Russia will take a leap forward, a very great leap forward. We are engaged in this for 5 years, and we are now reaping the fruits of it. If we go on, we will outrun everybody. The same can be said about culture. We have mass media which makes us do something we won't want to and give us the same information. If we do not develop, we will lag behind or stay at the same level at which we are now. Pervouralsk now has an innovative cultural center which is aimed at preparing people to new standards of perceiving culture or to new standards of creating cultural environment in which they should live. There is a number of projects connected with cinema, with shooting films. The progress goes on, as you understand. For example, Michael child can buy a ticket to the cinema using iPad and OK Google and take a taxi and go to America and whatever. He's quite small and the customs officers won't notice him. The situation is the same. We try to form a new approach to the perception of the world which is around us. We are planning to launch this cultural center in September of this year. We invite you to come and see what will happen of it. So we can expect from the industrial city of average size that people will appear who will go to technological park and be engaged in what they were taught by new technological standard and new cultural standard. We are preparing a new infrastructure venue. We are preparing people for a new educational system, and we are changing the perception of people in terms of culture and in terms of ability to create their own cultural values. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexander. Many thanks to you. If someone remembers, Innoprom last year, we had a section devoted to industrial parks, and we talked much about the fact that we are trying to combine the general idea from different pieces, like redevelopment, reindustrialization of a comfortable environment, and so on and so forth. I'm very thankful to you, dear colleagues, because at last we are having the natural idea of how to work with it and what technologies and principal approaches should be applied to it. Generally speaking, it's quite pleasant that we see that nowadays the initiative in developing cities and urban environment passes from state to entrepreneurship and businesses, if I can say so. I think we can already say, we can already talk not just about the social responsibility of businesses. The examples of these are good. So, dear colleagues, thank you very much for your work that you are doing, for your systemic attitude to the situation that we have. I would like to give the floor to Ayrat Gizatulin. He will discuss classical cases connected with industrial parks. It is interesting for us because Tatarstan, where Ayrat works, has a very successful experience in creating new industrial facilities from scratch. And these facilities don't have any problems with the residents. Ayrat, can you tell about your experience and the issues you see, the problems you see? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Speaking about the first question about the problems with residents, I think that there is no industrial park which would have abundance of residents. I don't think this is a problem. Unfortunately, there are fewer residents than we want to, and then we need to fill the industrial zones which are now developing in Russia. I would like to talk about different things now, about Innopolis, which is situated near Kazan. This is Tasma plant producing films and cinema stuff. 10 years ago, there was a decision to create industrial park. Now we have 260 residents, 200,000 billion rubles production turnover, and we are continuing to develop, and there are a good number of investment. Private investment is about 16 billion rubles, and state investments 1.8 million rubles. Olga talked about the third option of using industrial assets with the aim to develop industrial parks or other options of industrial development. And I would like to draw your attention to the fact that there always should be interested parties, stakeholders, the owners of these assets. And here one of the key problems is the development of these assets. The owners should make necessary decisions in order for these assets to develop in a new direction. The basic problem is that the owners cannot evaluate the asset. The asset owners cannot evaluate the facilities cost objectively. Here, the vision is the following. The owners should understand what the value is. All the fictitious figures that 1 square meter costs a lot of money do not have any direct link to industrial assets. What are the characteristics with which the situation of such plants could be described? First of all, the products they made during the Soviet times is not necessary now or is not required at a such scale for which this plant was planned. As a result, a lot of sites are empty and the capacities of engineering structures become abundant. And this zone has all the prospects to become a gray point at the city development. We talked about that last year at Innoprom. One more important factor is ineffective management. As a rule, such plants don't have an effective management. I think that to develop such kind of asset, you need to assess its unsatisfactory condition. The worse the situation, the more the possibility that the wrong solutions on developing the industrial venue are made. What I'm talking about is based on my huge experience of communicating with different large and small owners of different industrial assets, and where they managed to get to operational industrial park. They went through 4 stages, and make 4 decisions, which I will talk about. Unless all of the decisions are made, there is no hope that the industrial park will happen. I won't touch the topic of quality of assets, the location of assets. There was much information told about it. So the issue of concept. When the time comes to develop the concept of redevelopment of the territory, the key issue is that the most of the owners want to attract someone with the necessary experience, someone who is a real professional in this sphere. We have talked about the specialists which are feasible to attract, to be attracted. The key issue in the concept is trust. What we understand by saying trust. The owner should trust the company to which he ordered the concept. This is a key issue, and here I think that the owner asks the company to prove and guarantee the result of the company. The company, as a rule, is not ready to prove the result. It has a certain experience, it has certain order, but there is no guarantee. Second stage is organizational stage. After the trust is established, organizational stage comes, and it means that the operating plant has to be modernized, and it will lead to the reducing of staff and the conflict with management of this company. The necessary condition is, well, the owner should be willful enough to do and to make the concept provisions. The concept might be beautiful and well prepared, but the owner might argue that the concept should be done in this or that way, or due to different factors like political situation, whatever, and all of these factors may lead to the fact that the program will not be implemented. The third thing is that at the organizational stage, some unpopular decisions might be made. If the owner expects that the investment return term is from 2 to 4 years, unfortunately, such venues are in very bad condition, and the investment return term is 10 or 15 years. So the investor should understand what he owes in reality. But let's come back to the evaluation of assets before they start in the project. And the fourth stage is operational. We should understand that the park is created not only to attract residents and make money in the long run and operate the industrial park. To exit the industrial park is very difficult, and the investors, I haven't seen any investors who had been paid off for the industrial parks. The key issue is that the owner should be interested in continuing this business. If he is not interested, then the prospect of successful functioning of such project is very low, and the investors will look how they will operate at this site after they have concluded investment deals on entering this territory. Thus, the subsequent fulfillment of these conditions on the side of the owner allows us to speak that the project has high chances to be implemented, provided all these conditions are fulfilled. It doesn't matter whether the project is attractive in terms of investments or not. Unfortunately, we see that a large number of plants and factories of Russia do not implement this project. And to sum up, the owners count on investment return and the growth of asset capitalization and the reduction of costs of this asset. Of course, we gain social and economic effects, but one of the most important stakeholders and who gains effects, this population. First of all, these are working places, these are reducing emigration pendulum, and reducing gray zones, depressing gray zones, which worsen the development of the cities. And of course, the fact that the industrial zones are not used leads to the fact that the cities grows and the spots of undeveloped territories remain in it. Thank you very much for being specific and clear and showing us the problems while creating industrial park. Generally speaking, an industrial park, a component of any redevelopment in developing industrial assets. I would like to address now Andrei Stepanenko. You are our final speaker. You have listened to everybody for a long time. I don't know whether you will take the responsibility of summing up. Andrei Stepanenko is Vice President of Guild of Managers and Developers, and now he is the CEO of Russian Auction Trading House. This is the house that sells assets of Sberbank and other regions of Russia. And he knows everything about selling assets and success in selling assets. Can you describe what happens now and what we should expect in the future?
Indeed, right, he must be the biggest vendor in the Russian Federation because he sells the Russian Federation as such, and the plan for the federal privatization is based on the outcomes of 2015, and I can see colleagues from the UMMC who bought federal assets last year at the cost of 15 billion rubles. The Sverdlovsk Avtodor, that has so many and that has very many development sites in addition to its core businesses, and they contribute greatly to the development. I would recap on the assets that we have worked with. They were mainly industrial sites, and I would want to summarize what the colleagues have said. When speaking about redevelopment of spaces, especially in bigger towns or in the capitals, in cities with a multitude of architectural monuments, it's very important to listen to the views from the municipality, especially its town planning units, because investors and developers are, first of all, business people. They're not their businesses. They're not public sector players. They, of course, have to think about a comfortable environment, but they also look at the type of the residential property that they're going to build. They have to think of environment. They have to think of noise. And this is where the business interests and social interests meet, and that the municipalities sell lots of assets in St. Petersburg, the artillery mill being one of them. It's placed on the area of 18 hectares next to schools and residential buildings, and the Ministry of Defense has been trying to sell it for the past 4 years, and it couldn't do that because there was a huge wave of opposition from some unknown forces, including those who wanted to be elected and that were talking about reviving the artillery factory. And using this case, I want to highlight that in some cities across Russia, there's a view that we need to restore production, that we need to create jobs and to employ human resources, and then to build for the population. That would be reverse redevelopment then, and the discussion is not so easy in this case. Redevelopment, if we look at redevelopment in St. Petersburg, they don't have utilities, they don't have access routes, and just the other way around, there's a kind of ban on renovation, no matter if this redevelopment affects historic heritage, historic sites. That's why the debates are very hot, and redevelopment may be possible on the outskirts, but there has to be a very clear master plan to do that. Because the view from the municipalities is like that, it's essential that the state should somehow promote, or at least stay aside. The funding now goes through the scheme, a ruble from the state and 3 rubles from the investors. But today, what happens today is that the state invests 0 rubles, and we need to have a strong financial support because there's a high interest rate, and there is probably almost no project funding. What can save us is large-scale holding companies, large-scale corporations that will have a development division and that have long-term money and that have foreign currency profits and that are ready to take up long-term projects. Because town planning situation is difficult. Situation is difficult today, and it takes a lot of time to work on it. For example, New Holland is a case. I sold it first in 2005, and with no success because Chigirinsky went bankrupt. And then I sold it once again to Abramovich, and Abramovich did a very good zoning. This island, New Holland, Novaya Golandia in St. Petersburg, has recreation areas and apartments and hotels. This is all sellable, and but more than 10 years has passed, and we have to ask ourselves the question: what kind of a developer would be ready to invest with such a long payoff period? Investors have to be big, and no banking loan will help here, especially where there's problem with engineering, with utilities, and with roads. The developer has to do that using their own resources. The national authorities do not do that anymore. It's part of kind of production cost of the construction. Some of the civil society organization achieved the result where this will be part of cost of construction. It took them 2 or 3 years to prove that this is not net profit. Therefore, the problem with return investment is huge, and where these redevelopment properties come from is government-owned property, assets owned by public corporations, by state-owned corporations. In Moscow, we were selling a property for a great number of square meters of residential property, but Moscow is a special place, and there were 10 developers fighting for this area, and the price grew from $1 billion to $2 billion. When they came to Moscow, to the municipality, and they said, you don't have to buy the asset, you have to come, you have to get the terms of reference and get a redevelopment project. But they said, we don't have the right to the title to this land. And the Ministry of Defense, who's the owner, did not plan to talk about town planning. It doesn't know how to offer packages for the assets. They are ready and willing to get it off their hands as soon as possible. But it seems that there are more and more problems every day. And this lack of alignment, lack of coordination does have a significant negative effect on businesses, and development companies will think twice before deciding to buy existing industrial assets or to go to greenfield, where the situation is more or less clear. And the risks are very high. Unfortunately, we're very pressed for time, and the organizer asking us to kindly wind up. Summing up, I'd say that the business that starts doing redevelopment in Russia after traveling through Europe and looking at the Netherlands and at Austria and at the UK, we saw that investors who redevelop in Russia deserve a monument. We have to pay the tribute to these companies. We have to be really careful about these companies and help them and support them in every way, because everybody understands that the profitability of the property you build is not as we planned. It's much easier to sell something in Europe and to build something in Europe than in Russia. So we cannot ignore these investors. We have to encourage them. We have to provide incentives to businesses that redevelop industrial assets. Thank you very much, dear organizers. Thank you very much for your technical support and for your patience. We will be very happy if you are just as kind at the next Innoprom fair. All of us deserve a monument here. I cannot guarantee that you will see a monument while you're still alive, but I'm very thankful to you for being able to discuss this range of issues at a very professional level, and we have some keys to trying to solve these issues. And many thanks to Spectrum and Ross Engineering. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you to the audience.